Okay, well, good morning. It is 9:30 and this Places for Everyone Joint Development Plan document examination hearing session is now open. I'm William Fieldhouse, one of the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan, along with Louise Gibbons and Stephen Lee. So can everyone hear me okay? Yep. A reminder, please, can everyone please switch the mobile phones and laptops, etc. onto silent. Water's provided and will be refilled during the adjournment, so please don't bring food or hot drinks into the room. No fire alarm tests planned for today, so if the alarm does go off, we will need to evacuate the building following the green emergency exit signs. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help us decide if the plan submitted in February 2022 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. So this session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out on the agenda that was published last week, I think. So today we're dealing with, we're back to the Greenbelt Additions issue that we started looking at a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. So we'll both look again at the GMCA's revised approach, which was announced at the start of the hearing session on the 9th of March. But also on the agenda, we've got the Greenbelt Addition sites in the submitted plan in Oldham, Rochdale and Tameside, which we'll go through to the extent that we or anyone else has got things to say about those in the context of the sort of the general approach. But anyway, we'll come on to that shortly. But then in addition today, we've also got on the agenda some policies that we've already had hearing sessions relating to, but the purpose of revisiting those policies is to look specifically at the GMCA proposed modifications to them that were published subsequent to our action points. So they're picking up some changes that were initially discussed, I suppose, in principle during the sessions, hence there was an action point, but it's to make sure there aren't any matters of detail about the way that those proposed modifications have been worded that we need to just to make sure we have not got any further questions about, or indeed has anyone else got any questions about. So we'll deal with those when we go through them, and I think we'll give the GMCA an opportunity at the start of each one just to refresh, you know, why the modification is there and what it does.
I was hoping you wouldn't say that, to be honest, but there you
I'm
are.
sure you'll welcome that opportunity.
Yes, so, warmly, sir, as you can tell.
Okay, so what we'll normally do, we'll start each agenda item with you know, a brief introduction by the GMCA, and we may have a few questions to them, and then we'll invite contributions from others. If anyone wishes to speak at any point, please do your normal thing, but put your nameplate on its end, and I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. And when I do invite you to speak, please put your microphone on and make sure it's close enough to you so that it picks up your voice, and then remember to turn it off afterwards. In terms of how we're structured today, it's a bit difficult to know how long these things were lasting. So, and because we've got different people coming at different times, we did put on the agenda that the issues that start with JPJ3 and JPJ4 employment land, and then the subsequent ones will be starting no earlier than 2 o'clock. I suspect it will be 2 o'clock rather than later than that, but we don't know. We'll just have to see how much further. But so we will be breaking when we finished S3, policy S3, for lunch at that point. Okay, so in terms of an adjournment mid-morning, what we'll probably do is get to the end of the Greenbelt Additions session and then have an adjournment at that point before we move on to policy S2 and S3. Hope that's clear. Any procedural questions about that before I do the normal introductions around the table? No, okay. So could participants please introduce yourselves, starting with the GMCA?
Thank you, sir. Good morning. I'm Chris Katkowski, KC for GMCA.
Good morning. Wayne Poole, Rochdale Council.
Good morning. Graham Holland, Tameside Council.
Morning. Georgina Brownridge from Oldham Council.
Good morning, Dave Trimmingham from Turley on behalf of Peel Land and Property.
Good morning, Peter Simon.
Morning, Gordon Tilstone representing Thornham St John's Neighbourhood Forum.
Good morning, Malcolm Harrison, Chair of the Stocks Residents Association.
Jackie Copley, Countryside Charity.
Marge Powner, Vice Chair of Save Greater Manchester's Greenbelt Group. Zoe Sherlock, Chair of Save Greater Manchester's Greenbelt Group.
Okay, thank you all. Right, so let's move on then to the first item on the agenda, which is the GMCA suggested revised approach to Greenbelt additions, and that's subsequent to the hearing session that we had on the 9th of March. There was a note published which set out that that revised approach. I'm just going to take a step back from that, just to give a brief introduction, and then I've got a couple of questions for the GMCA. So, just the Greenbelt in Greater Manchester was first designated in full in 1984, and there were some minor changes in local plans subsequent to that. And the plan that's submitted proposes that a total of 49 sites be added to the existing Greenbelt, and they total 675 hectares of land, and they're all catalogued in the plan with a map showing the Greenbelt additions. National policy advises that once established Greenbelt boundaries should only be altered where exceptional circumstances are fully evidenced and justified. So our first preliminary, going back to earlier on in the examination, we asked some preliminary questions to the GMCA, and one of which was, what are the exceptional circumstances that justified adding these sites to the Greenbelt? And the GMCA responded at the time that, in essence, all of the sites met at least one Greenbelt purpose, and that was based on evidence that was done by LUC in the same sort of assessment as they'd done for assessing the Greenbelt purposes for the land removed from the Greenbelt. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely correct.
So all of them serve a Greenbelt purpose. We know that, and they're catalogued in the responses to the preliminary questions, and we've got that. And you know, we've got it's a consistent approach by LUC, and we would take that as a sort of starting point. So we understand that. We also asked whether the Greenbelt additions met each of the 5 criteria for establishing new greenbelts in the NPPF 139, paragraph 139. Now, that was the reason we asked that, because in the absence of any other clear sort of policy starting point, it is about designating a new greenbelt, not directly about changing an existing greenbelt, but it seemed to be, and I think this has been done in the past when people have considered greenbelt additions, to look at those sort of criteria. Okay. And in responding to those, you did, I think that you said that every Greenbelt addition did meet each of the 5 criteria relating to establishing new Greenbelts.
It was some and some, to be quite frank.
Some and some,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, it wouldn't be right to say that we'd said that in each occasion the major change criterion was met, but if you look at the statements, you'll see in some cases we say it's not met, actually, funnily enough.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
But I'll address your question, obviously,
Yeah,
when we
okay.
come to it.
Well, I've got a general question about that phrase of the major change and what the difference is between the ones where you've now decided a fundamental change, which is I think the phrase that you use based on the case law. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, that's what we've got. So we've got that. We've got all that. So, you know, in the extent to which we don't really need to ask many questions about the purposes that each site performs in terms of the Greenbelt and the reasons that you gave at the time for the Greenbelt additions. But obviously, with the previous hearing session on 9th of March, I think it was, you set out this revised approach. I'll just let you, I think at that stage, just for the record, just briefly set that out again, so we've got that established, and then I've got a couple of questions about it before I open it to others.
No problem at all, sir. Can I just retrace my steps to the 2 points that you've raised about our study work that went through the Greenbelt purposes in relation to the proposed Greenbelt additions and found that to a greater or lesser extent the Greenbelt purposes would be met by each and all of the 49 proposed additions. If that was the test for adding land to the Greenbelt, then obviously we wouldn't have issued our paper GMCA 79, and we would obviously be saying, well, there you are, the candidate additions to the Greenbelt meet one or other or a number of the purposes of the Greenbelt, and so therefore should be added to the Greenbelt. And if that was the top and bottom of the analysis that one needed to carry out, then I'll be sitting here saying something different to what I said when we were here the other week. Similarly, and I'll put this into its wider context in a few moments' time, if the test for adding land to the Greenbelt was the major changes in circumstances test as set out in paragraph 139, item B, then for many of, but not all of the 49 additions, see our various hearing statements which go through all the Greenbelt editions, and yes, we would have been saying there are major changes in many cases, not all. But again, the major changes test, albeit set out in the framework, and albeit set out for new Greenbelts, is not the test that's been formulated by the courts for adding land to the Greenbelt. And it's the legal point which is the subject of our paper, which I very largely drafted, which is GMCA 79, and note read the Greenbelt editions. And as I explained on the 9th of March, but I'll just recap now, and it's all set out in the notes, but just to explain, for Greenbelt editions, making additions to the Greenbelt, one has the exceptional circumstances test, the self-same exceptional circumstances test as applies to removing land from the Greenbelt, in each case to be done via local plans, like here, Places for Everyone. And unlike for removing land from the Greenbelt, one would search in vain for any other guidance in the framework for what to do when you're thinking about adding land to the Greenbelt. There's extensive guidance about removing land for the Greenbelt and the various tests and steps one has to go through, but the framework is silent on, apart from setting the exceptional circumstances test, is silent on otherwise on additions. In similar vein, the PPG, the underlying guidance, is also silent on the subject of adding land to the Greenbelt. So one has an exceptional circumstances test and one wonders what that means. And were it not for the intervention of the courts, then, it may very well have been the case that we would have stuck to our guns and said all 49 meet the exceptional circumstances test, free of any case law telling you what that test means for Greenbelt editions. But that's not the position we're in, and because of a Court of Appeal case, again referred to in paper 79, the Solihull case, which in turn reviewed previous case law and drew it all together and restated it. We are in a field of planning law which has some principles which have been established in the courts. And I've summarised these principles as the need to find, when you're seeking to add land to the Greenbelt, a fundamental change in circumstances since the time when the Greenbelt was either established or last looked at through the local plan making process. In effect, you're looking to see whether something has changed fundamentally which would justify adding a piece of land to the Greenbelt in circumstances where it wasn't put into the Greenbelt when the Greenbelt was drawn up or last reviewed. If I read from, and this language might seem rather dated, but if I read from the authority which is referred to in the Solihull case, you'll get a good flavour for this. So it's paragraph 33 of the judgment. All the references are in my note, GMCA 79. So this is a Court of Appeal judge as he then was speaking. So where the revision proposes to increase the Greenbelt, in other words, to add to the Greenbelt, then circumstances that you need cannot be adjudged to arise unless some fundamental assumption which caused the land initially to be excluded from the Greenbelt is thereafter clearly and permanently falsified by a later event. And that principle is then upheld and explained further in the remaining paragraphs in that Court of Appeal case. And I've distilled this into the principle, if you like, of fundamental change, which I, in my submission, if you like, captures the concept in the case law. And as I say in paper 79, that's an exacting legal test, because one isn't looking at this in the abstract as if one is thinking about the Greenbelt shorn of the context of the fact the Greenbelt has previously been established and a decision for good, bad or indifferent was made before not to include the parcel of land in the Greenbelt. So one isn't looking at this shorn of the history, devoid of the history. One has to look back, compare it to now and ask oneself, well, what's fundamentally changed to justify doing this, taking this step, when it wasn't justified before, when this was either first done or last done. So, and as those who have read the case will know, I mean, I argued the other way in the Court of Appeal. I mean, so this case law has been established against my best efforts, if you like. So you can imagine what I think about it. But I mean, that's all well and good. But as I've said before, in the words of a very distinguished judge, be you ever so high, the law is above you. So that is a legal principle which we have to grapple with, and more to the point, and with respect, that you have to grapple with when you look at these Greenbelt additions. So the other aspect to all of this is, quite apart from all of that, obviously, as you all know, paragraph 143 of the framework gives policy guidance on Greenbelt boundaries. And as item F, one is to have clear boundaries using physical features that are readily recognisable, likely to be permanent. That's the policy approach. And as you'll know from paper 79, and for your two colleagues who are in attendance on Thursday the 9th of March, and so you might have either had a report from them or listened to the tape. As you'll know, the other category of Greenbelt addition that I've put forward, I've summarised as anomalous boundaries, so where you've got a situation on the ground which just doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, my favourite was a Greenbelt boundary that ran through the middle of a lake. One wonders, well, what's defensible about that? So, there are some instances, in fact quite a few, where these Greenbelt additions that we put forward can and are justified by us as dealing with anomalous boundaries. So we've drawn up two categories: the fundamental change category, so applying the case law, and the anomalous boundary category, which is applying 143F of the framework. And that's led us, as explained in our paper 79, to a situation where of the 49 in Places for Everyone, we have 17 which are either fundamental change, anomalous boundary, or both. They're set out in a schedule which is attached to paper 79. And the others, although they do meet one or other of the principles set out in paragraph 139, or a number of them for new Greenbelts, and indeed in each and every case would perform one or other or a number of the purposes of the Greenbelt. The others, I'm afraid, we can't here as a team professionally say to you, well, yes, there's a fundamental change or an anomalous boundary or both. And that's where we are with this. It's a matter of, as I said, on the 9th of March, it's a matter of us as a team, if you like, thinking of our responsibilities to you. And it wouldn't be right for us to sit here and say, here's a fundamental change, when we well know it isn't a fundamental change. And that's where we are with it.
Okay, thank you for that. Just then two or three questions. Thank you for referring to the case law. The Gallagher judgment was also published alongside GMC 79. That's the GMC 80. Yeah, so I've got that.
80.
And it's helpful. Yeah, 80, yeah. So you referred to paragraph 33, and that talked about a fundamental assumption which caused the land initially to be excluded is thereafter clearly and permanently falsified by a later event. So that's almost saying going back to, sorry, paragraph 32 before that also talks about any of the assumptions upon which the Greenbelt boundary was set proved unfounded. So am I right in thinking that what this means is that you assume that when the Greenbelt was drawn up originally, assumptions were made and conscious decisions were made to include and exclude bits of land? That's the premise of all this.
That's the premise of it, yes.
I suppose you have to accept there's some rationale behind it all. There was a
One would have thought so, yes.
And if not, you're probably into the territory of anomalous boundaries. That's slightly separate.
Indeed.
Yeah. So this is on the basis that there was a rational decision to exclude bits of land from the Greenbelt originally. So it's almost like you've got to prove that something's changed. That's what we're looking for. This is the test. That's the high bar that you're referring to.
And not only change, but fundamentally so.
Fundamentally change. Which brings me on to the second question. When you responded to the question about NPPF, the test in 139, and
yes.
the major change test, in some cases, in the responses on the specific sites, things were referred to I'm not going to go through them, but I mean, conservation areas being designated, for example, and a site being open, contributing positively to the character and appearance of that conservation area. That, in the initial response, that was said to be a major change. What you've said now is, or indeed some physical changes to the site or its surroundings. In some cases, we've got some fishing ponds were created on some sites, or things like that. So things can change, and indeed, inevitably, they will have changed. But what you're saying then is that in going through your reassessment, you've applied the fundamental change test being a higher bar than when you initially looked at it in terms of a major change.
Yes, it's the short answer. Is the answer
Other
that,
than in the
shortly.
cases where you're defending the change.
The crisp answer to that is yes. If I can just say a few words of explanation. So the study work that was carried out, which looked at the purposes of the green belt, did not address the legal test. In fact, they didn't address, I don't think, paragraph 139 either. It looked at the purposes of the green belt, the NEC work. It's our work as a team, if you like, which looked at 139 as some form of proxy, if you like. It's only, to be frank, it's only latterly that we've tested ourselves against the legal principle to see whether we could sit here and say professionally, well, yes, there is a fundamental change since when this green belt was either designated or last looked at. In many cases, there have been at least 2 reviews, well, the original establishment and then subsequent review of the green belt, but not for all 9 authorities. All 8 authorities that this bears upon, actually. So that's what's happened, to be quite frank. We've applied the legal test, which is an exacting test. Now, as I've said at the end of the note, and as I said in the sessions on the 9th of March, we're not withdrawing any of our hearing statements in relation to the Greenbelt additions. They set out what we would say against, for example, 139 of the framework and what we say in relation to 138, 138 being the purpose, and 139 being the tests for new Greenbelt. So we're not withdrawing any of those statements, but I'm making the submission to, as I did already the other week and as I've subsequently written down, and as I've now replayed to you, I'm making a submission based on the Court of Appeal authority on this subject. And
okay, thank you.
That's why we are where we are.
Yeah.
And I, to be frank, I regret it, but that's where we are with it.
Okay, no, thank you. And just on the anomalous boundary issue, then we had some. I think we had some examples on the 9th of March. We did. We've got some today.
Yes, we have.
Just to be clear, then, obviously, NPPF 143 Part F.
Yes.
Is the sort of that's what boundaries should be following.
Yes.
But are you saying the fact that if a piece of land is doesn't have these physical features that are readily recognised and like to be permanent, that isn't necessarily in itself an anomaly that needs to be corrected, or is it in each case?
Well, the ones that we've already discussed and the ones that we're going to discuss today, we would certainly say are anomalous boundaries that need to be resolved, yes, yes.
Because they don't have a physical feature that they're following?
Some of them are just potty.
Some of them, yeah.
Yes.
Well, okay, let's just, come on. I mean, let's see as we go through.
Yes. Yeah.
Case by case.
Fine, and if you think
but it's about the boundary, though, it's not about the bit of land.
No, it's about the boundary. But in each case where there's a boundary that we consider to be anomalous, as you know from the study work, the piece of land to a greater or lesser extent satisfies one or a number of the Greenbelt purposes, but the correction is of the boundary, because some of them, well, all of the ones that we're putting forward as anomalous boundaries on the ground simply don't make any sense at all. And some of them are quite extreme, to be honest.
But it's not that it's an anomaly in the sense that it was just daft to draw the Greenbelt boundary there, because this clearly forms a very strong Greenbelt function and there's a much more sensible boundary.
In some instances, you really do have to scratch your head and think, well, what on earth happened here?
Yeah.
Because they do seem daft, to use your expression. Although, as we'll see as we go through some of the ones today, in some instances, there may well have been, from our historical research, something which made sense all those years ago, which is simply no longer there.
So
Now-
that may be a fundamental change issue as well then.
Could be. It could be. It depends. Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't put them forward in that way, but it
No.
could be. Yes.
Okay, well,
It could be.
we'll, what we're going to do is, obviously, the ones to which you are defending under
Yes.
the new higher bar tests,
Yes.
you'll
Absolutely.
explain those.
Yeah, we'll be very pleased to deal with the. Tameside seem to be particularly blessed with ones which pass the test.
Okay. Right, yeah, that's fine, thank you. So what I'm going to do now is, before we move on to look at any of the specific sites, is give an opportunity to others here, because obviously this was announced at the hearing session previously, and obviously people were caught a bit on the back foot, to say the least, and I know you've now had some time to reflect on that, hence why we wanted to put it back on the agenda, to give people the chance to have had time to reflect on it and to think if there's any sort of challenges to that that approach that's been described again today. So let's hand over. Who would like to go first? Do you want to? Okay,
Thank
CPRA,
you.
please.
Yep. Well, you've obviously read my letter. I think there's a problem with procedure over what is a substantial change to the document. There was the original question of why now, because the 2014 ruling was 2014. So all this the plan has been progressed on the basis of that ruling. So it went to Regulation 18. People had the chance to respond. GMCA changed the document and it went to Regulation 19 and people have had a chance to respond. And then arriving on the 9th of March, the only people who were here to support their Greenbelt site was the Stocks Residents Association. Had other groups known of that announcement, and they were only here to support GMCA, not set the case out entirely. So they were caught on the hoof, and then there were, I would say, groups that just weren't here and should have been here, and the same is true today. So even if it's proven correct that there are reasons why those sites should not be progressed because of the high legal point, the public haven't had the chance to respond. They've not had a chance to. Whilst there's been a delay, I've been working on other jobs, so I've not had a chance to look at every single site. I would feel the need to look at planning permissions in the pipeline, look at the planning histories, because in the example of Knowles Farm, there were 2 planning appeals where 2 inspectors said the parcel that was being progressed couldn't be developed, and because the southern part of the site is going to be developed, there has been a fundamental change in that circumstance. And then there's a number of Salford additions where there's planning history where Salford has spent a lot of money defending appeals, and there are decisions that are relevant to why those sites ought to go into the Greenbelt. And of course there's the changes from the sites that are going to be released. So we need to look at all of the sites on an individual basis and as a whole, and we've just not had the opportunity to do that, and nor have all the groups impacted.
Okay. In terms of, are you accepting the legal advice, in essence, that the fundamental change test is what we should be applying?
Yes, because the ruling is the ruling, but I've not. Other interested parties have not had the chance to see whether to counter that, to look at that high bar. But yeah, Solihull is there on the table. I think at some change it will change, because I think it was a poor judgment.
You think what, sorry?
I think it was a poor judgment. It's the use of the Gallagher decision with the 5-year housing land supply means it's impossible for local authorities to defend their housing land supply.
Okay.
It's problematic and it does need to be changed.
But you did say you accept that that is the test that we should be applying. But what more importantly, I think you're saying is, well, you think that there have not been the opportunity for people to think about applying that test in all the cases of the Greenbelt additions.
Correct.
So
And
you accept that GMCA have done it,
Yeah.
and they've identified in some cases that there's a fundamental change, but you're saying, okay, fine, but the procedural point, other people haven't had the opportunity to do the same thing.
yeah, this is an examination of a plan, and people need to have. The sites are being kept in, but now aren't being supported, and there's a fundamental difference.
And the sort of fundamental change in circumstances you've just referred to, just are things like the planning history and...
Correct.
So are there other examples of things that could be fundamental changes then that...
Well, the 5 principles in terms of sprawl, merging, encroachment, setting of a historic town and urban regeneration all need to be considered, because as I set out in the letter of the 11th of March, the whole principle of a brownfield preference approach has been highly diluted by the proposed modifications through this process. And initially, the draft Greater Manchester Spatial Framework that was progressed 5,000 hectares, and now with Stockport gone, it's down to 2,660. But the addition of the 520 hectares, it helped to mitigate. There were compensations to do with openness in a visual and spatial sense. So it's totally changed where Greenbelt would exist in the future to where it exists now. So since 1984, it was quite a static boundary. And when considering, when you're making fundamental changes, you need to kind of understand how the aim of Greenbelt is to permanently maintain openness and looking at enduring boundaries and looking at all the purposes. And I think by taking out 520 additions is a fundamental change across the geography of the 9 authorities.
So
it has to be.
So you're saying that this plan, the strategy, and the fact that it's taking lots of land out of the Greenbelt is a fundamental change that would meet the Gallagher test
Yes.
in itself?
Yes.
Okay. Understood. Well, GMC can come back on this. Thank you. Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
Yeah, you've obviously seen our letter too, and just picking up on the point that Jackie made about the people not having the opportunity to comment on this. You know, we were consulted on a plan, and there are fundamental changes to that plan. A number of them, which we set out in the letter, not just the one about the Greenbelt additions. I'm a bit confused, if I'm honest, about the situation, the status of the Greenbelt additions now, because they seem to be in the plan, but not supported. So it's up to you guys whether they stay in or go out, which it seems a little bit of an odd situation to be in.
But is that fundamentally different to any other modifications that we have to decide are necessary to make the plan sound? Why is it fundamentally different?
I think it's different because the GMCA have proposed modifications which they are supporting. What they're saying now is we're withdrawing our support for something that we put into the plan in the first place. And what they haven't proposed is any alternatives to withdrawing their support. So, for example, could any of these 520 hectares be considered for local green space, which gives them a level of protection, but doesn't have the implications of Greenbelt?
But wouldn't that be a matter for the subsequent local plans to decide what should be the future of these pieces? The only test here is whether there are exceptional circumstances to justify adding these land into the Greenbelt. And on reflection, on legal advice, they've decided, well, no, we can't defend that. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that these sites are... It doesn't mean they don't serve Greenbelt purposes, because they say they do. And it doesn't mean that they could not be protected through existing policies. And you've seen our questions, which in essence are sort of suggesting, well, actually, quite a lot of these could have been protected anyway, couldn't they? It wasn't really necessary to put them in the Greenbelt, we may have thought. But anyway, so there's all that existing policy framework still there that could protect them if they wish to protect them. Yeah. And if they don't think there is, they could protect them in other ways through local plans.
And so I think there's an interesting disconnect here between local plans and this plan.
Some may say that generally about this plan.
Yeah, exactly. Because this plan, for example, doesn't consider any aspect of the impact on the rural communities, and it's been pushed back to the local plans. The issue is that decisions are going to be made in this plan that will massively impact those local communities, especially decisions about greenbelt, whether it be greenbelt releases or greenbelt reductions and greenbelt additions. And so when you're saying that sort of thing can be considered in the local plan, those local plans are going to be constrained by the decisions made in this plan. And I think, you know, for me, the whole issue of greenbelt, whether it's additions or releases, should be pushed to the local plan, because otherwise we've got a massive disconnect between the decisions that are being made here, not considering every aspect that's involved, including, as I say, the impact on the rural economy, and then the local plans are going to be considering, they're going to be picking up little bits and pieces that they'll have real constraints on dealing with, because the major decisions are being made in this plan without consideration of all the issues. So,
okay. I'll come on to stocks, President, but did you want to come back on something I asked just then?
Yeah, it was the interplay between the whole point of having a joint development plan is to plan at the strategic level. So you get value in terms of looking at all of the parcels all at once in a strategic review of Greenbelt. In actual fact, there was an oddity in the way the Greenbelt assessment and the review process took place, because there was an assumption that there would need to be release. So if you look at the dates of the look studies, they were progressed in advance of a need being established to release Greenbelt anyway. So that's an oddity. But the whole CPRE supports Greater Manchester having a joined up strategic approach, and we are supportive, we are advocates of a plan-led approach because we think it is the best way to secure sustainable development. But it has to be done correctly, and there's no way politically there'll be Greenbelt is a real controversial topic, and this is an appropriate forum to decide Greenbelt. This is supposed to be the whole point. So it's the economy of scale of planning at the level of 9 rather than at an individual level. There is value in that being done, but it needs to be done on a proper footing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Stocks Residents Association.
Thank you, sir. Apologies if it's a bit garbled, my argument. It's trying to get my head around a lot of these things that are coming forward.
It's okay.
Okay. I know you're not dealing with individual cases, but I would like to make the comment that when we came here on the 9th, as it was, we were coming to support CPRE GMCA on a piece of land, which has gone through, as CPRE mentioned, 3 inquiries with 2 different inspectors. One inspector actually designating the area of land as being to be protected. It is currently OPAL and going through. And it's the principle that comes from the back of this, in that we've been through a series of inquiries and change while this process is going on, and we think there are fundamental changes, major changes that have occurred. And we haven't had the opportunity to present that, expecting the GMC to be providing that case for us. We are amateurs in that sense, so we do what we can, but we could see that we've lost out in that. We feel we've lost out, and it must apply to other groups as well. There's an opportunity at some stage that we can go back and look at what's going on, because there is change occurring all the time. And we've got now 276 houses. You look at the 138 statement, it is now provided a clear boundary. It provides a clear delineation of a settlement, of a historic town. There are a lot of things that have come in place in that time. And I feel we are being shortchanged to make those representations.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask, we'll take some further comments, but one of the things I'll ask GMC to respond to is what the options are for the individual authorities when they're doing their local plans, when they look at each of these Greenbelt additions, because they may have something they wish to say about that in terms of, anyway, we'll come back to that. Thornbridge St John's Neighbourhood Forum.
Thornham St John's Neighbourhood Forum. All right. Just thinking of the plan as a whole, the plan as a whole creates a fundamental change to the Greenbelt. and yet we see with the additions that the GMCA are now picking certain ones to be creating a fundamental change locally, as opposed to looking at the plan globally. So I would argue that, you know, if you're looking at the plan is a fundamental change, it's changing Greenbelt across Greater Manchester, then surely all the additions to Greenbelt are a fundamental change in themselves.
Okay, I understood that. Similar point to what I think CPRE clarified, so I understand that yeah. Mr. Simon.
Thank you. I'm not going to mention the specific Greenbelt Edition sites that I'm here to hopefully explore later, except I want to establish what the ground rule, as I've understood correctly, is we're no longer looking to find exceptional circumstances. We're looking to find something called fundamental change. I wasn't here at an earlier session where apparently examples were given of what a fundamental change might be, but I would be grateful later if the advocate for places for everyone is very clear in establishing in those instances what the fundamental change is claimed to be.
Yes, for the ones where they are saying there is a fundamental change, they will explain it today on the sites that we're going to talk about today. Going back to where you started from, there has to be exceptional circumstances for each change to the Greenbelt. That's national policy. I think what GMCA are saying is that in order to demonstrate exceptional circumstances for adding land to the Greenbelt, there has to have been a fundamental change and/or there has to be an anomalous boundary. So in the cases, I mean, if you're interested in particular addition sites that we're going to come on to today, hang back and we'll talk about if there's issues that you wish to say in relation to those there has been a fundamental change, you know, that you can identify. Fine, I'd like to hear about it as we come on to the sites. Okay.
I'll be truthful, I am confused as to the hierarchy and specific identity of exceptional circumstances and fundamental change. They're obviously not, they're obviously distinguishable because previously exceptional circumstances were claimed and all the additions went ahead. And now there's a new person in the room called fundamental change. So I don't see how they can be examined as the same thing. Is it going to be a two-step process of examination where we first of all go back to what GMC originally claimed are exceptional circumstances? Not that I could find many, but they did sort of refer to them. And then, when we've discussed that, are we going to look at whether there's a fundamental change? Otherwise, I think it's going to be a confusing...
Okay. Well, I think the fact is, there has to be, I think the thing you need to focus on, if you're interested in a Greenbelt edition, there has to have been a fundamental change, or the boundary has to be clearly anomalous in some way. They're the main things to focus on when we come onto the sites, okay? The niceties of the exceptional circumstance test, don't worry too much about, because I think what they're saying now is they're the only things that we can't say there's exceptional circumstances unless a Greenbelt edition either meets the fundamental change and/or the anomalous boundary test. So focus on those. Right. Any other points on this, you know, revised approach that anyone wishes to make on this side before I come back to the other side? Yeah, CPRE again.
It's going back to the specific of Knowles Farm. Given the rulings of two inspectors, you've got 276 homes approved on the site, and there's clear reasons why the northern part of the site ought to be left in OPL, other protected open land. I suppose I'm interested to understand the triggers of fundamental change. I would say that is, I think Stocks Residents Association articulated well, because of the introduction of a new dry stone wall on a boundary, it fundamentally will alter the circumstances there. But I suppose you're not going to have the luxury of having that level of detail for all the sites. So, as I said before, it's a bit of an unfair playing field created as this last-minute changing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Simon, your nameplate's back up. Is that left over? Right. Mr. Trimmingham.
Thank you, sir. A few brief points. You've seen Peel's case in its matter statement and hearing statements, and there is a high degree of commonality with the interpretation of the law in relation to what Mr. Katkowski set out earlier. I just wanted to make a couple of points in relation to MPPF. I think it was said earlier that MPPF is largely silent on this type of Greenbelt addition. We're wondering whether it's para 139 or 140 and 141 which should apply. As we said in our statement, sir, I think it's clear that para 139 is to apply to new green belts. The S on green belts is important there. It is entirely new green belts in the context of, for example, as 139 carries on large-scale development such as new settlements or major urban extensions. So we see that as therefore not applying. What does apply is or are para 140 and 141, both of which deal with once established what should happen to greenbelt boundaries. And 141 begins by before concluding that exceptional circumstances exist, etc., etc. So we say it's those two paragraphs that apply, and I think therein lies part of the problem, because the document 070111 is the stage 2 Greenbelt, the Luck report into Greenbelt additions, and it did refer in its study background section to what was then paragraph 134, unhelpfully. But that is what is now para 135, it was at the time. That's paragraph 1.5 of 070111. That's now 139, which is unchanged. But I think that's where part of the problem arose, in that LUC was looking at the context of what would be entirely new green belts, not additions to green belt. So as I say, that the short point is that it's 140 and 141 of MPPF which concern us here.
Why? Sorry. 141, is that irrelevant to Greenbelt additions?
It's relevant to changes to Greenbelt boundary, which is both addition or removal. But it is.
Which parts of 141 would be relevant to a Greenbelt addition?
That before concluding exceptional circumstances are demonstrated, one has to have looked at all other reasonable options for meeting development need. As you recall, part of our case is that these sites were not, some of the Greenbelt addition sites were not properly assessed as to their potential to contribute to meeting development needs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Understood. Yeah. So you shouldn't put land in the Greenbelt if potentially it could help meet development needs. So you've got to give them that.
You should have looked at all other reasonable options, and that this plan hasn't done that.
All right. Thank you.
So there was a couple of other points in response to some a couple of other things that you've heard this morning. I think it was said that the mere fact that a plan proposes removal of Greenbelt is of itself a fundamental change. I don't think that would be consistent with national policy. The corollary of that would be that every time a piece of Greenbelt was removed, some addition would be added, and the permanence of Greenbelt boundaries would be lost. So I don't think that MPPF clearly envisages a need in exceptional circumstances for the removal of Greenbelt land. If it had intended that additions should happen at the same time, it would have said so. But as we've established, it's silent about that point. Another point was made in relation to the planning history of sites. I don't see how a planning history of a site can affect whether it is appropriate to be added to or removed from the Greenbelt. Well, certainly not added to. And that the reference was made to the Horwich site, which is GBA 2, and to Salford site, which I'm guessing might be GBA 27. There is relevant planning history. There are appeal decisions on those sites, and those are referenced in our hearing statements. So you do have the relevant judgments if you feel that is helpful. In neither of those cases has an inspector suggested anything should be designated as Greenbelt. You'll understand they couldn't have done anyway, and even if they had, it wouldn't have carried any weight. So just for clarity there. So yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right. do you want to respond to
Yes,
the various
thank you
points,
very much
including the one
indeed.
about, well, what are the options for local authorities when they consider these bits of land?
Yes, certainly so. Of course. Well, can I divide this into substance and process? So substance as, first of all, I think, which is what are the tests and so on and so forth. So while it's fresh in my mind, just thinking about what Mr. Trimmingham's just said, and as I said, on the 9th of March, and this is written in paper 79, I mean, certainly in my submission to you, the only thing that directly bears on Greenbelt additions is in the framework is the first sentence of paragraph 140. I myself, in my submission, don't see paragraph 141 helping us in relation to Greenbelt additions. I don't think it much matters, to be quite frank, in any event, but the first sentence of 141, which is the examination of all other reasonable options for meeting its identified need for development, that is then immediately explained in the next sentence, which takes up the whole of the rest of the paragraph, because that's, we are told, to be assessed through the examination of strategic policies, which will look at various things, and A, B, and C are the various things, and they're all about, in effect, they're all about cases where a plan-making authority like us here are releasing land from the green belt in order to allocate it for development, and you apply those various tests to see whether you've looked at all other ways of addressing development needs before you turn to the green belt to do so. So, I mean, it's a minor disagreement, I think, between myself and Mr. Trimmingham on this. I don't think it really much matters in relation to the key point, which is that for green belt additions you need exceptional circumstances. In answer to the gentleman who was Mr. Simon, who was very puzzled by this, I can well understand the puzzlement. It makes sense to a lawyer, but that doesn't mean it makes sense to anybody else. The way of making sense of it is really, as you put it yourself, back to Mr. Simon, that in order for there to be exceptional circumstances to add land to the green belt, there needs either to be a fundamental change or one's dealing with an anomalous boundary. And that's the way I'm putting the point as a result of that Court of Appeal authority. That's how you square the circle, so to speak. Otherwise, in relation to substance, I mean, you asked in terms of CPRE whether or not they're sort of challenging the legal tests, and they're not. And, you know, there you are. It just simply has to be applied. And, you know, that's the whole point of paper 79 and the schedule that goes with it. I mean, our judgment call is that those that we're not seeking to, that we haven't put into our schedule attached to 79 do not meet one or other of the fundamental change and or anomalous boundary categories. Obviously, it's open to others to have a different view about that, obviously. If I turn to process, well, obviously this is an examination of the soundness of the plan, and obviously I can't second guess what's going to be in your report, but if you do apply the case law and or you consider that there's something in this point about anomalous boundaries being a potential reason for adding land to the green belt, then in due course you will be reporting to us that main modifications need to be made to the submitted plan. Those main modifications would, one suspect, say that in a number of instances the greenbelt additions do not meet one or other of those principles. You might, of course, form a different view. That's fine. And in those circumstances, if that is the outcome, main modifications will be published. Let's just assume, just for the sake of making this point, that the main modifications adopt the same approach as paper 79. In other words, we find that 32 of the 49 greenbelt additions are recommended, in main modifications to be removed from the plan. Well, in those circumstances, as you know, there is public consultation on main modifications. There's every opportunity for those who think that that is a wrong turn in the plan to say, no, greenbelt addition number, whichever one it is, shouldn't be removed from the plan. It should be maintained in the plan. We don't agree with the main modification. We consider that the fundamental change in circumstances is ABC, whatever it might be, and or we think there's an anomalous boundary point, whatever that might be, which needs to be addressed. And in those circumstances, we, the person writing this representation, ask you, the inspectors, to, in due course, to say that that main modification shouldn't be made, to remove this site, this piece of land, this piece of land, that piece of land from the Greenbelt additions. And that's a process where, as you all know, but just for the record, you will need to decide whether, having received all the representations on main modifications, there's a need to reopen the examination hearings, as opposed to just reading everything in the written representations and making your minds up on that basis. So in terms of process and in terms of fairness, there's nothing unfair about this. I mean, I can fully understand the human point, if you like, that's being made, that people came along the other day expecting us to be the stalwarts in defence of a number of these Greenbelt additions, and they heard me say what I said, and I can fully understand that that came as a surprise and or a shock. And I take that and sympathise with it. But in terms of process moving on within Places for Everyone, there's every opportunity for those who wish to say that there are fundamental changes for Greenbelt additions, whereas the GMCA don't think there are. There's every opportunity for those points to be made. And in fact, you've had this mini session now to give people an opportunity to either quarrel with the principles which I've set out or not. And we've been around the table and had that discussion. But there would be another opportunity through the main modifications process. So although I accept and sympathise with the point about surprise stroke shock on the 9th of March, I do not accept for one moment the process itself is unfair, because the process itself is designed to ensure that if the twists and turns of the plan are at every stage opened up to public consultation, for people to have their say, and then for you to consider those points either through reopened hearing sessions or in writing. As for future local plans, forgive me, I haven't forgotten about that. As for future local plans, yes, of course, further local plans, can revisit all of this, and if any of the future local plan makers wanted to decide to say that we think there's been a fundamental change in circumstances for a piece of Greenbelt land, whatever it might for a piece of land, as compared to the Places for Everyone process, then obviously it's open to make that case. But I mean, they would be faced with the same legal test.
But I suppose what I was thinking about, the example of, well, why not designate them as local green space,
They
for
can do
example.
all of that, absolutely.
So there are other options.
There are other options, and local green spaces, as you know, although it's a different name, if you actually get to designate land as local green space, it is subject to the same protection as the Greenbelt.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, insofar as we're going to talk about individual Greenbelt additions as we go through them
We'll come
the
to
rest
them.
of the day, there may be some examples that people can use to say, well, notwithstanding
Sure.
the fact we don't think there's a fundamental change,
Yes.
we do think that it's important for this land to be kept permanently open, and
Sure.
we've got these policies now, or we will introduce these policies that will help us do that. So we can think about that. If and
Indeed.
when.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you. In terms of when you just take a step back, and we've had some discussion about what is and what could be and what couldn't be a fundamental change. When you embarked on the re-evaluation exercise in the context of the legal case, and you
Yes.
sat down with the team and you went through, were there any kind of broad sort of things you were looking for that may represent a fundamental change?
The only way, the direct answer to that question is no, and I'll explain why, and I'll explain that now. And the reason for that is that you have to look at each proposed Greenbelt addition individually, in turn, because of course for every adjustment to the Greenbelt boundary, unless you have, as we find later on, three bits of land which are literally next door to each other, you have to look at them individually, unless there is a collective point about closely located pieces of land. And we have an example of that later on today. And you have to ask for each adjustment, well, does this meet the exceptional circumstances test, which is fundamental change on nominous boundary. And so we have already had some of these last time round on the 9th of March, and we've got some more of these coming later on today. There are some instances where we do say the fundamental change is we've taken a lot of land out of the Greenbelt in this particular area, and we think that it would satisfy the fundamental change that happens here in this locality through places for everyone if the allocation is made and land is removed from the green belt, and there is some form of compensation and or mitigation. They might not be quite the right words to use, but in some way you are addressing that balance, if you like, by adding some land to the green belt to try to ensure openness and separation of settlements. So we do have some examples of that, but we've had to test this. I mean, the truth of the matter is, for each and every one of these additions, we literally went through each and every one of them and asked ourselves, well, what has changed fundamentally since when this was last looked at? And that might have been in some instances when the green belt was established and it's never been looked at again. In some cases, there have been 2 further local plans since the first time it was looked at. And in some of these parcels of land have been looked at 3 times over and not put in the green belt. And in some instances, that's been very deliberate, where inspectors have actually said, no, this should not go in the green belt. You know, so we've had to ask ourselves these questions in a rigorous way. But what we haven't done is to say we're taking, because I don't think it's a correct interpretation of the fundamental change test to say we're taking X hectares out of the green belt to make up the numbers of the green belt. We should put X, at least X added to the green belt. I would not regard that as satisfying the fundamental change principle, because it needs to be looked at on a case-by-case basis. That's how we've done it. And if you disagree in due course, you'll tell us, and that's fine.
The fundamental change could be, it could be something physical that's changed to the site,
yes, or
its surroundings.
Indeed.
Or it could be, the one that you mentioned there was that there's more development proposed on land that's been removed from the ground nearby, thereby increasing the importance of the openness of this bit of land.
Indeed.
In terms of its. So they're the sort of things we're looking for.
Yes.
And if others want to look for those on the sites where you've not found them, and they can tell us what.
I have no problem with that at all. I mean, if there's a different judgment call, as long as the right legal test is applied, then after that it's a matter of judgment.
Well, we could look back at the major changes that you identified in your statements, and we could say, well, we think that's a fundamental change.
You could indeed do
test,
that.
And that's a judgment we could make.
Absolutely. Yeah, as long as you apply the right legal test, after that it's judgment.
Right, we're going round again now. Okay, right. What we'll do is take some more of these general points. What my colleague Skibbons was just saying was that because Stocks Residents Association are here, I know you were here before, but if there's anything further you want to say about the particular site you're interested in today, we will deal with that. We will deal with that site-specific issue if you wish. Later today, we'll come on to it, so we'll remind you at the time. Okay, so let's we'll go back down the table again this side. Save Greater Manchester's green belt.
Yes, thank you, sir. Just quickly, what I don't still understand is why this change or this approach has been identified so late in the process. What happened that made the GMCA decide to look at this legal test now and not after the Luke report was produced in 2016?
Okay. Well, if they wish to respond to that, they can, but I mean...
Thank you.
Okay. Right, Mr. Simon.
Thank you. I just wanted to concur with a point made by Mr. Trimmingham opposite me, which, although I realise his interests aren't quite the same as mine, and if I've understood what he was saying correctly, because I think he's suggested that in order for allocations to take place within the plan, all other reasonable options should be met before specific sites are released. And I think he was implying that there might even need to be a qualitative assessment of different greenbelt sites even, having considered the brownfield options and so forth. And I can't find, and I think he also said that hadn't been done. I may have misunderstood what he was saying, but that's actually my opinion. And I think it's really important that, because I really think the test for greenbelt release is a demonstration, that word is used, of all reasonable alternatives. And when I was at my last session, Mr. Lees didn't want me to come back over lunchtime with a set of alternative sites, which I agreed would be impossible anyway. But I feel that as the document of the site selection methodology was referred to me, that I should have a right to reply, which is I'm kind of doing that here.
No, we're not talking about the site selection methodology for the allocations or the greenbelt removals today. So we are just focusing on the greenbelt additions that have been made in the plan.
Yeah, I never had an opportunity to respond to that point that was made to me. You know, if documents are handed or referred to you and you simply don't ever have an opportunity to respond, it's a bit, you know, because later on I understand the plan's being reconsulted upon as modified, but that would be too late for that point. And it seems to me I've got an important point to make, which I have kind of made anyway.
Okay. Okay, it's understood.
Thank you very much.
And so, Mr. Lee, he's more involved in it than I, so I don't pretend I fully understand it, but I can do. Right, CPRE.
Yeah, respectfully, I disagree about the procedural point. I think it's actually unsound. I think main modifications is too late. You won't have the benefit of enough information in front of you from third parties to be able to come to conclusions on soundness of the additions. And as Mr. Simon just said, there are definitional issues in terms of openness and purpose, and then there's spatial and visual qualities that you need to understand in terms of performing the functions. And you simply, because it was assumed Greater Manchester Combined Authority would be making those cases in support, the public haven't had the benefit of doing so. And whilst the assessments have to be done on an individual basis, it is the overall impact, because overall there's the proposal to release 2,660 hectares and 520, you know, it's a magnitude of 20%. It's a large scale change on an individual, you know, bit by bit basis. And respectfully, I just don't think there's been due process.
Well, I mean, the position of the justification for the greenbelt additions has been pretty thoroughly set out by the GMCA. I mean, they've got the evidence behind the plan as submitted. People could comment on that. I mean, there was a lot of objection to the greenbelt additions on the basis that it was purely a numbers game, and you didn't need to actually put this land in the greenbelt because it was never going to be developed anyway in a lot of cases because of its nature or whatever. But anyway, leaving that aside, notwithstanding that, in response to our preliminary questions, they very explicitly set out what their justification was in terms of the exceptional circumstances and anything else that we could think was relevant to the NPPF, including paragraph 139. And then again in their matter statement. So we've got the case. It's not like we haven't been given a case and a justification for the greenbelt additions. What's changed is the fact that we've had legal advice that the bar is in a different place and that you know, some of those things. But we could still make the judgment that there is a fundamental change based on the information we've got. What I understand is that you're saying procedurally, well, others may have identified a fundamental change that the GMC hadn't done, and that can still be the case, and that can still be the case in response to the main modification. So I don't really necessarily see that that's procedurally unfair, that if it was raised at that time, we could still say, oh yeah, good point, that is a fundamental change.
In response, so if you look at Salford GBA 27, West Salford Greenway, you're talking a site that's 184 hectares, and it's currently used as a golf course and for public play space and an open space. So in theory, that ought not to come forward to development, but the only surety people locally have is if it was to go into the green belt, because there's been a lot of aspiration to bring that land forward.
Well, it's the local planning authority's responsibility, isn't it? If it feels that land needs to be kept permanently open, but it doesn't feel there's a case of putting it into the green belt that it can justify, it can think about other means by which it could defend that, couldn't it?
But the public could have... You have to understand the resourcing issue of the local community groups.
Yeah,
they don't have access. I mean, to be frank, it feels like behind closed doors there's been some arm twisting that has made, at this late stage, a change in sites that have been put forward. Had local people had the opportunity to put forward information, there would have been the opportunity to put support.
I don't think... I'm not quite sure what you're implying, but I don't think you should be making allegations about things like arm twisting.
I'm not suggesting that's happened, but it could be perceived to be the case.
Okay.
And that's why you have a local plan procedure that
we've
gives...
accepted your and the Save Greater Manchester Greenbelt letters about procedure, and you've understood fully the concerns that you've got. And we've explored again today. We spent, an hour today on the general approach issue. So I think we've had a good opportunity to air it all. And as I say, it isn't the end of it, because there is further opportunity to comment on it, both in general and in site specifics. Anything further you wish to say?
I'm not going to say anything further about the process moving on, because you've got it, obviously. Well, understandably, you have it. As for what's happened, because I like Save Manchester Greenbelt so much, I shall answer the question, what's happened. I mean, I suppose I happened, frankly. I just simply wasn't prepared to have officers of the various authorities defend things which we well knew didn't meet the legal test. And that's the exacting process that's been gone through, because I didn't want people sitting to my left to make fools of themselves. And there you are. So it's a matter of being professional, frankly. So that's where we are. As for the particular instance that's given, I mean, you will, as mentioned by the CPRE, the Greenway, it so happens to be a site which is very close to my heart. It's an extremely good example of existing policies which have now been set out again in the recently adopted Salford local plan, having successfully defended the land in question from development pressure over many years. I mean, I personally have been involved in defending it against development at 2 planning inquiries and in the High Court and the Court of Appeal. So one needs to be very careful about these sweeping assertions that one needs land to be added to the Greenbelt in order to protect it from development, when there are specific, and in Salford's case, bespoke local plan policies that defend land from development, and it so happens in the case of the Greenway successfully. So,
And I mean, just to be clear, I think I've already covered this, but I mean, even if the existing policies aren't adequate, on reflection in their future local plans, if there's any of these particular pieces of land that need a particular designation, whether it's local green space or something else, that can be brought forward. It's not the case that the backtracking is because they now consider that these sites are up for development in any means whatsoever.
That's nothing to do with the point at all.
Okay, Mr. Drummium.
I'll be very brief,
Not on
sir.
Salford Greenway, surely.
One point on the Salford Greenway. How could you possibly guess? Planning history was mentioned, planning application history, and I've said why I don't think that applies. Planning history in terms of local plans, UDPs, is relevant. The land in the Greenway has twice been suggested for addition to the Greenbelt and twice rejected by planning inspectors. Again, you've got the references in our statements, 1995 and 2006, I believe. That is, as Mr. Katkowski has explained, since then the council has prepared a bespoke policy that applies to that land. So it's a case in point of what can happen, notwithstanding whether a site is added to the Greenbelt now or not.
Okay, we're going to move on now then, if we can, please, to, and thank you, that was helpful to have that, discussion about this principle, because, obviously, we've had time to reflect on it as well and think about what it is we need to understand. So let's move on to the sites that are on the agenda. And as I say, some of them we haven't got any questions about because we've got your statement and you're not changing anything in relation to that. Obviously, some that you have, which are the ones where you're saying there is a fundamental change or anomalous boundary. So I'll go through them, but I will give anyone here opportunity. Yes, Stocks residents. I'm
just wondering when you want
to deal with the
what you mentioned before. You kindly offered.
I think we'll do it after we've done the item. I'm sorry, but we're going to go through the Oldham, Rochdale, and. I'm going to go through Oldham and Rochdale. We might then have an adjournment because it's going to be probably nearly 11 o'clock, and then we'll come on to the others in the order that we'll then decide with my two colleagues in the adjournment.
Sorry to add to confusion.
That's all right. we will do it. We won't forget. Yeah. Okay. So let me start with Oldham. Only found one site to add to the Greenbelt in the submitted plan, and there were reasons for that. They were set out, which we've got understood, but this isn't one that now meets the fundamental change or anomalous boundary.
As far as we're concerned,
Okay.
yes, sir.
But we know that we've got the reasons why it was,
You have,
what
sir.
the justification was. I haven't got any questions about those. We know what Greenbelt purpose it's been judged to perform. Does anyone have anything to say about that? No. Okay. Mr. Trimmingham, your nameplate's up. I don't think you're involved in Denshaw Village Hall. 0.6 hectares, are you?
Not yet, he isn't.
No. Okay. Right. So, moving on to the Rochdale additions. The first one is the Roch Valley at Small Bridge. Nothing to say. Nothing you want to say about that?
The first one we come in on is number 19,
Yeah.
sir,
Okay.
as
So
you
not
know, sir.
nothing you want to say. Nothing I've got to ask about that. I don't think. Anyone else got anything on that one? No. So, oh, sorry. CPRE. Yeah.
It's probably worth me just. I haven't got detailed comments to make on the size, but just to confirm, CPRE thinks that there are reasons for these sites to be kept as additions.
Yeah, and this one is an example of a fairly large area.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It serves quite,
Yeah.
it's identified to serve.
We know
It's a strategic role in the green belt, sprawl, merging and protecting the countryside.
that's right, and we know that there are greenbelt releases in the vicinity that would be potentially creating those reasons for fundamental change.
Okay, well, we can look at that.
Yeah,
But we've
okay.
accepted that in itself could be a fundamental change, and
Yeah.
it has been the argument elsewhere.
Yeah.
So even though they're not advocating it in
Yeah.
this case, we can have a look at that and look
Yeah.
at the sites that are being removed from the greenbelt, how it relates to this, how it relates to that strategic greenbelt purpose, and make a judgment about that.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say in response to that? No. Okay. Right. So we move on to GBA 19 then, which is one of the ones where there is a fundamental change.
That's right,
Do you want to talk us through that? This is adjoining the existing Stakehill industrial estate, but also the allocations for the
And that's the
development
point.
around that.
And
yeah.
that's the point. So this is one of those looked at locally. We have a significant allocation at Stakehill, as we know, and you can see in our various matter statements. So, for example, in relation to JPA2, which is a Stakehill allocation itself, so in our matter paper 14.1, you asked a question in relation to that about whether adding land to the greenbelt to the west would alter the effect on the greenbelt, etc. And we responded to that in paragraph 14.98 of that paper 14.1, and it explains there that we saw the addition of land to the greenbelt as we propose in GBA 19 as in some way redressing the balance, if you like, in terms of the harm to the purposes of the greenbelt that would be caused by the allocation, etc., on the one hand, and this addition on the other. Also in our matter statement 28.1, which is the matter statement for the greenbelt addition, at 28.5 through to 28.8, we deal with that as well. It's the same point. So this is all about ensuring that there is something to address this effect of reducing the functioning of the greenbelt in this specific area in terms of separating settlements. So this is one of those compensation stroke mitigation instances as we see it. So the fundamental change is major allocation in the vicinity of this piece of land. And the major allocation is in the self-same plan that seeks to add land to the greenbelt in this vicinity. That's the point in a nutshell.
Okay, so the allocation of the land to the east will increase the amount of development in the gap between the settlements. This bit of land, therefore, is increasingly important to be retained as open to maintain the greenbelt functions, the strategic role of the greenbelt.
It's your last bastion, if you like.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
yes, that's the point.
Now, why couldn't it be kept? So that's understood. But why could it not be kept open anyway? I mean, there are you know, the points have been made that, well, it doesn't really have any development potential anyway because of its topography, the existing land uses, etc. Is that relevant, or is that not really relevant? The fact that
Well, I mean, it certainly would be. I couldn't sit here and say to you it's not relevant to consider whether, you know, other policies could, or just existing circumstances would do the job just as well. But on the other hand, so I'm not excluding that. I'm not saying to you that's irrelevant. I'm trying to think of a different word. Doesn't begin with the letter F for fundamental. But you know, fundamentally here, the point is that, you know, in this relatively unusual instance, now that we've been through all of these greenbelt additions, of a site where we can actually say of a piece of land, well, this is, you know, very close to a major allocation that this plan is making, which would have certain impacts on the greenbelt and its ability to fulfil its purposes, functions. That, you know, that does meet the fundamental change test as far as we're concerned.
okay.
And I think, you know, where one is in that instance of meeting that fundamental change test, I wouldn't myself see it as being a block to adding land to the greenbelt to say, well, you might be able to protect this land through other means, and or, you know, just circumstances on the ground might mean this piece of land might not come forward for development. I don't see those considerations. I'm not saying they're irrelevant, but I don't see them as standing in the way of these relatively unusual instances where you can actually say, hand on heart, here's a fundamental change.
Okay, understood. Right, Thornham St John's.
Yeah, I have to say I'm very torn with this one, because whilst I appreciate that if we get rid of lots of greenbelt around it, then it's nice to get a bit back. I'm confused by the boundary that's been chosen. Just looking at the document 21H greenbelt additions on the map there, in the northern section, right in the northeast top section, there's a piece of land which is sort of privately owned beyond to the east of the railway, yeah, which has got
a little triangular bit right at the top.
Yeah, the little triangle. It's got a house on it with some couple of sort of pasture fields and stabling on it. I don't see the point of including that in the green belt in a way, because it's totally cut off from the rest of the area, basically. We've also got, as you come down further down the map towards where the school is, the proposed boundary includes school playing fields. Now, I appreciate that school playing fields can be included in Greenbelt, but if you actually visit the site, the school playing fields are actually fenced off by something like 12 feet high fences. So restricting what I would regard as the openness of the greenbelt. Also, in terms of including it in the greenbelt, in terms of fluidity, if you look at the the barriers to that, as I said, we've got the railway on one side and the industrial estate, which will be extended south in the plan, JPA2. You've got the main road on the sort of west. As we've said, the topography of the actual site is sort of fairly low lying, so it doesn't have any sort of like potential in terms of views of places as the main site would have, the JPA2, or currently has. There is 1 footpath through plus the canal. The footpath not on the canal was blocked for a long time, for 10 years at least. It's just been opened up recently. It does go through fields where there's horses grazing, which is difficult for dog walkers to use. So in terms of that openness sort of feel to places. So, and if you look at the southern boundary of the site on the map, it will be basically sort of chopped off from the rest of the greenbelt to the east. by the extension of the industrial estate south. So to me, it doesn't make a logical sort of addition because it's not continuous. It's not contiguous. I'm not quite sure of the wording, but if you understand what
That's what
I
you mean. I mean, essentially, though, it just feels, I mean, they've included everything they could. It's basically between sort of physical boundaries. haven't they? If you just look on you know, look down on a map, it's,
Yeah.
you're suggesting you'd exclude little bits of it, but, I mean,
Well,
you could, I suppose, but...
it doesn't make sort of logical sense to me as a layperson to sort of like go, well, why would you include that beyond the railway and the northeast, and then why are you including the school fields when the school fields are cut off
Yeah, I understand,
from the openness of using them? You know, there is literally, like I said, one path plus the canal which goes through it. Now, you know, you're never going to sort of like say the canal isn't usable as a path. So it's in terms of giving back something, because you're taking away a major chunk over there which has got a number of pass through and very much open and views across to Manchester and beyond. You know, North Wales you can see from the JPA2. You know, you're not getting anything here in terms of benefit.
Yeah, understood. Doesn't compensate.
No.
Okay, thank you. Any other points on that one? Anything further that GMC want to say?
No, sir, thank you.
Right.
If I could, I mean, just in terms of looking at, you know, the MPPF, you know, in terms of that, like those openness sort of things, it, you know, it refers to things like that. So, you know, this doesn't do that. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we move on through the other Rochdale ones. I'll just see if anyone... there's nothing you want to say on any of them apart from until we get to the last one, is there?
We were coming again at 25.
25,
that's
the
right.
last of the Rochdale ones, okay. I don't think I've got any questions on any of them, but I'll go through each of them and just pause just to make sure there's anything here. I mean, I've got your general points, CPRE, about some of them. Some of them are larger and more, and it's LUC identified that you know the different roles that they play in the Greenbelt. And so, anything on the Firgrove playing fields, the land between the railway and the canal, Littleborough. Yeah.
That would seem to be a more sensible boundary, utilising the water feature for GBA 21. So there's a useful boundary change there.
Right. So the existing boundary, you don't think is...
Well, it's a railway boundary, so that is defensible. Is that what it is? Up to the west of it?
The new boundary would appear to follow the railway, or just roughly?
On either side of it. But yeah, no, I think it would be a useful addition.
Okay. Right. St Andrew's Church at Durnley, that's 8 hectares. No. Townhouse Brook at Littleborough, 4.7 hectares. No. Then north of Shore at Littleborough, 2.8 hectares. And then finally then the one that is considered to have an anomalous boundary, or it's an anomaly for another reason. I'm intrigued by the background to this. Is anyone going to shed any light in 1984, what was going on here in someone's mind?
We can try and shed some light. I think it's only when we get to Tameside slightly later on this morning that we'll be able to shed some light on, in some instances, about what appears to have been the circumstances sort of 40 years ago, as opposed to now. So this one here, number 25, we put forward as an anomalous boundary. If we have to get our points of the compass worked out. So in relation to the addition, it's the southern boundary of the addition, which therefore is the northern boundary of a bit of green belt at the moment, which is anomalous. And that boundary, so the southern length of the proposed green belt addition, so at the moment is a boundary between the green belt to the south and not greenbelt to the north. And the boundary is nothing. Whether at some time in the past there was something there, I mean, from the aerial photograph suggests that there might have been a hedgerow. But anyway, there's absolutely nothing there on the ground at the moment to distinguish land on one side, you know, in the green belt from the other side, not in the green belt. And in fact, the boundary, it's not quite as dramatic as the one we had on the 9th of March, but it clips its way through the bottom of the pond, you know, for good measure while it's at it. So that's where we are in relation to, and the piece of land, as you know from the study work that's been done, the piece of land in question fulfills greenbelt purposes as we see it. It would, you know, be a sensible extension of the greenbelt, which lies currently to the north, west and south, and the new boundary that we propose would be entirely defensible because it's the edge of the built-up area. So, but it is driven by the anomalous boundary to the north of the greenbelt, as in the southern end of this particular proposed addition.
So just to be clear then, the northern boundary of the Greenbelt addition and the western boundary of the Greenbelt addition, they're defined, the
Yes.
northern one by woodland and then a strongish hedgerow
Yes.
on the west. So it's the fact that there isn't a boundary for to the south.
To the south, that's right, yeah.
And we don't know if there's a change in circumstances as to what...
We don't know for sure. I mean, if you look at the aerial photograph, actually, that's the point. I've got an aerial photograph of you. I can't remember now whether in our matter statement we produced an aerial photograph, but, you know... But yes, it looks as if there may well have been something on the ground by way of a hedgerow, which looks as if it's gone, frankly. But I mean, you know, that's supposition on my part. But there's certainly nothing there now. The line, I mean, whether this is a coincidence or whether it's a clue as to what might have been there in the past, the greenbelt boundary as it currently stands along this boundary that we're talking about, as a line, strikes off from a hedgerow which exists directly to the west of it. So it may well be that hedgerow just continued across. But as I say, that doesn't really explain why for good measure, you put the boundary through the bottom end of the pond while you're at it. But maybe the pond wasn't there, but
Anyway,
I
okay.
suspect it was.
That's
actually, yeah.
okay. Thank you. CPRE, your nameplate's up. Is there anything you've got particular interest in this? No. Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay. Anything else you want to say about the Rochdale additions? So I think what we'll do now then is 11 o'clock, so the timing's right. We'll have a break for 20 minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with the Tameside sites and the other one, Bolton one. Sorry. Yeah.
Happy, obviously, to do the other one before we do Tameside.
Okay, well,
doesn't matter to me in the least,
we'll
obviously.
leave you in suspense, and we'll come back and announce it.
Okay, jolly good, sir. Jolly good.
So can we resume at 20 past, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. You've probably guessed from my speaking that we've decided to take Stocks Residents Association first, just because I'm familiar with the site. Obviously, that I'll take that. So, I mean, obviously, I heard what you had to say on the 9th of March, so there's no need to repeat that. But if there's anything you want to say supplementary to what you said, having had some chance to think about it, then please go ahead.
Well, thanks very much. But again, it's a little bit off the cuff, I'm afraid, but going with this one. I think the main points to raise were, and you have heard them already, is with regard to the area has been subject to a number of applications and appeals. The inquiries, 2 different inspectors have respected that this area of land has a quality of openness that's not reflected elsewhere. Coming back to the items that with regard to the boundary of a Horwich, a historic town, in the sense of it's a railway town formed by Lancashire Yorkshire Railway in 18-something or other. I don't know the exact dates, but this boundary now, the grant of the planning approval for 276 houses, creates a very delineated boundary between the town itself and the Walsuches Conservation Area and another old small community at the bottom of Moor. It creates that approach onto the moorland of the West Lancs Moors. And it is an important buffer. Not only will it have a physical boundary of a wall being introduced to fit in with other boundaries there, but topographically, it's the top of an escarpment. So a lot of the development is below that line. Above it, you've got open vistas that lead up to the I'll give views over to the moorland behind it. So it does preserve the character of the town. It does give a clear boundary to everything there, and I'm sure the initial application was for 300 houses that extended into this area, was refused for that reason. But it's now got an approval at 276, but as I say before, is at a lower level, which you'll see from the site, or if you've got aerial views, you can see the site falls down to contain the development, and clearly delineates the town from this area of land. I don't think there's much else I can add to it because I mentioned it before. But I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. And in terms of, I mean, the approach that's been taken, I think the CPRE actually referred to the planning permission as potentially being a fundamental change. Is that a stance
would agree,
that you would agree with?
It's just changed the nature of it. The golf course has been lost. It is now an urban land area. Urban boundary, and this area of land of openness is really well used by the community as well. It is I think it was Inspector Felgate said that it's a rapid transformation from urban into rural that benefits the whole of the community, and it does provide that level of boundary, not only just the openness but the physical boundary of the topography as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, but thank you for following up on that.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, did the GMCA want to say anything in response?
No, thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. In that case, then we can move on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? We're going to move on to Tameside now, Greenbelt Additions. In the same vein as we have before, I'm going to take them in turn as in the plan, apart from 37, 40 and 41, which are all next to each other, and I think the argument's going to be the same. We'll obviously look at the individuals when we get in there, but we'll look at that in the round. And then on the sites where GMCA are not currently wishing to defend, obviously if anybody wishes to make any points they can, but I've got no particular questions on those. So we'll start then with GBA 31 Foxplat Mosley Tameside, which is one that the GMC are defending, and is an anomalous boundary issue. Do you want to introduce these in the way that you have?
Yes, absolutely, indeed. So in the There's reference to the boundary in the Greenbelt topic paper for this particular Greenbelt edition, so that's paper 07.01.25, Appendix 3, page 52. The current Greenbelt boundary for the large part follows an indistinct line. It is the line of a right-of-way, but the right-of-way crosses open land, changes in elevation, goes through shrub, goes through woodland. There's nothing there which could be described as a physical feature that's readily recognisable, let alone something that's readily recognisable and likely to be permanent. I know that the authority and the relevant officer has done some historical research. There's nothing we can find in the paperwork, if you like, as to the inspector's report going back to 1980, the 84 local plan, as to why the line was drawn in that particular location. The research of pre-digital planning history plotting sheets over the years, the decades in fact, doesn't show any feature that would explain why the boundary is, where it is, any physical feature. And our proposed boundary seeks to ensure that the Greenbelt boundary follows the rear gardens of existing properties and a primary and a nursery school. So we would have a boundary that meets the policy guidance in the framework if the addition is made. So that's the sort of top and bottom of it, really. You would walk along and you'd think to yourself, well, why was the line drawn here? And you'd probably scratch your head and not really be able to come up with an answer. And historical research, including in relation to the inspector's report from all those years ago, doesn't help. So that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you. So you've looking at part of the boundary seems, and again, this is one I've not visited yet. It may be a quirk of the aerial photo. It looks like it follows some kind of ridge line as change in topography. Is that just a visual illusion that I'll see on site as not being there?
It is indeed a visual illusion. Yeah, it's. I think it's kind of your assumption before visiting. It's partway down from that ridge, and kind of falls in elevation. I think kind of set out, Mr. Kukowski set out in terms of going through open land, that it kind of falls in elevation as it does so. Yeah.
Yes, it's obviously sometimes hard to equate what's on the GBA maps in the plan with the other maps to say exactly where the lines are drawn. So again, it looks like there's a water, again, so I'll see this when I go on site, appears to be, again, on the map in the plan, a water feature roughly in the middle. Again, that's a very faint blue line, is that?
Again, very kind of top of catchment, very indistinct, and
right.
I wouldn't describe it as a significant stream or something.
So it's something that the cartographers have put there, but it's not a. If I was to, when I visit, I'm not going to see that's a very torrent of.
No.
Wide river,
Correct. Yes.
Clear boundary. Yeah. So effectively, what you've done, you've moved eastwards roughly until you've reached the first obvious, because it's a relatively. I mean, all these things are relative. It's a relatively large area of land, but it is moving across the first port of call you can make, really.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You've probably preempted most of my questions about some of these with your, any historical reasons you might have identified, or the changes in circumstance that might have led to that original boundary. So I've got nothing else to say about that one. Any points on GBA 31? No. Thank you. So we'll move on to GPA 32, then Manor Farm Close. Again, another anomalous boundary argument to be made, if you want to. Again, this looks like it's, well, I'll let you explain.
Yes, I mean, it almost would be quite nice to be able to go back in time and just ask, well, why is it being drawn there? This boundary here for GBA 32, the existing Greenbelt boundary, just cuts through an area of woodland, pretty much on a straight line. It's as if someone was seeking to join points A and B, regardless of whether the straight line between points A and B made any sense on the ground. Bit of research, I say a bit of research, I mean in each case there's that's the royal we. The officer in question has gone back and looked at the inspector's report, nothing there that helps you from the 1984 report when this boundary was set. Physical features, again, pre-digital plotting sheets, do appear to show that certainly in 1974, apparently there was a boundary wall of a former wastewater treatment facility that might have been in place along part of the western extent of this straight line, but I mean that's the sort of top and bottom of it. But nothing there now, and nothing along the rest of the line that we've been able to find in our research. And then the new Greenbelt boundary, if the addition is made, would run along the rear boundaries of various properties with physical features that are readily recognisable and we would like to think likely to be permanent. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Well, I think again, I don't think I've got much to. There's not much I can say about that. It is what it is.
It
I
is
think
what it is.
you know
That's
your
right.
position, and that's it. Any comments on that one? I've got no further questions. As I say, you're psychic in your expectation of what I might have asked. So.
Well, one would like to think that by the end of all these weeks, we've begun to understand the sort of questions that you might ask us. But, you know.
Okay. So
Maybe.
GBA 33 Ridge Hill Lane is one you're not
That's right, sir.
defending at the moment. Any comments on that? No. Similarly, GBA 34 Cowbury Green, Long Row. Any? No. So GBA 35 Woodview, Southview, Carbrook in Stalybridge is another boundary issue, I believe. Yes.
Me, that's right. So yes, 35, yes, is an anomalous boundary instance as far as we're concerned. So boundary doesn't follow any physical features, cuts through a wooded area which forms part of a country park. Nothing in the inspector's report from the earlier part of the 80s that helps shed any light on this. Pre-digital planning history plotting sheets looks as if there may well have been a wall associated with the curtilage of some works, Buckton Vale Works, an industrial site, which had been a print works. No remnants of the boundary there today. The works were cleared in the, I hate to think of it as the last century, but the back end of the last century, so 20 odd years ago. Residential development on much of the site of the former works. So here in the history, there may well have been something that made sense, you know, in the dim, well, 40 years ago. Not so much a dim, distant past, but certainly none of the team were practicing planners at the time when this was all. They were very keen that I should point out at some stage. Although actually I was a lawyer then. I'd started in practice, but I can't be blamed for this. So that's the top and bottom of our historical research. It looks as if there might have been something there which made sense to the boundary. It's relatively long gone now, and there's nothing there now, and the circumstances around have changed as well.
Okay. So the southern boundary does appear to go through the middle of the woodland at the
Yes,
moment.
that's
And there's presumably there's no public rights of way through there, which would, albeit might not be a particularly defensible line anyway, but just to be sure.
No. I mean, you'd be aware there's footpaths that kind of run through the centre of the parcel, but not along its edge that provide a physical feature.
There is a quote again. I'm looking at the aerial photo. There's a line. There's a track appears to be slightly to the north of the wood, which bisects what would be the new bit of Greenbelt. So, obviously you decide where you think the most appropriate boundary is, but why wouldn't just that you think the roads in the back of the house, the main road, if you like, are the most important, more logical than the first track.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean that kind of track that goes through kind of leads to a clearing in the woodland, which is used for informal kind of activities. Local residents use that for dog walking, whereas coming up to the back of Southview, there's an element of retaining wall there that's not overly high, but it's a clearly defined physical feature, and to us makes more logical sense to come to that stop point for the proposed boundary.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll move on then to, unless anyone's got any comments on that, GBA 36 Yew Tree Lane. Any comments on that? No? Okay, so we'll move on to GBA. We'll do 37, so 40 and 41 together. They're all under the class of you suggest as fundamental change. So I think if I hand over to you to explain what the fundamental changes are. Take from there. Thank you.
Yes, bear with me for one moment. So this is 37, 40 and 41. And for avid readers of the map in places for everyone on page 410 of the hard copy document, the map of Greenbelt Additions has missed out dear old 41 for some reason. So 41 is the proposed Greenbelt Addition, which is in between 40 and 37. Doesn't seem to be there on the, well, certainly not picked out on the map. So that's a cartological, that's an error in the mapping. But anyway, these three run in a line, as you'll know, and our position in relation to this is set out in our matter statement 30.1 in response to question 30.7, pages 19 to 21 of that statement, and in response to question 30.10 and 30.11 as well. So we've written quite a bit about these three parcels. We see them as being needed to be considered together, and they are seen as making a change to the Greenbelt here to seek to address to some or other extent the major change that would come about should the Godley Green allocation and removal at JPA 31 be upheld, so to speak, through this process. And you know, that's the essence of the point. As you'll know, obviously we've had these parcels of land all studied, and they either perform, save for purpose number 4 of the Greenbelt, which is historic towns, but otherwise for purposes 1, 2 and 3, they perform, depending on which parcel you look at, either strong, 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 moderate, or strong, moderate, or strong, 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 moderate. So they're all parcels of land which readily meet the application of the purposes of the Greenbelt tests, if you like. But obviously we're looking for a fundamental change, and the fundamental change here is the Godley Green allocation. So that's the way we see it in a nutshell.
Some of the other fundamental changes arguments have been on the basis, obviously, you're taking a land, if you like, away from one side of the Greenbelt, and so adding some to the other side of the Greenbelt in order to maintain the gap or so on. Whereas in this case, this is obviously disconnected from Godley Green allocation. So how does allocating Greenbelt here, identifying Greenbelt here, actually compensate or address the impact of Godley Green, which is obviously a different impact?
Sure. So you'll be aware from the session in relation to Godley Green in terms of its impact on purposes that they're significant in relation to purpose 1 and 3. So that unrestricted sprawl and encroachment effectively into the countryside, which in the context of these 3 linked additions sits to the west of them. And I think we discussed about Godley Green effectively being part of Hyde and within there. But we would see that kind of further encroachment in the direction of Mottram in Longdendale, which the LUC work highlights as picks up that point up as being a separate town, basically, so in terms of settlement gap. And therefore, in its assessment of these 3 linked additions, sees those as either critical or essential or in maintaining that settlement gap between the urban extent of Hyde with the infill, if you want, for want of a better term, in relation to Godley Green that perhaps would occur, and these being critical in relation to maintaining that gap.
So just to be clear, we're talking, because my question about Godley Green, not wanting to go over raking over those old coals too much, was about the separation between Hattersley and Hyde. And as you say, I was told that, well, they're, for the purposes of this exercise, they're considered as Hyde. So is this a case of separating Mottram, Longdendale from Hyde or from Hattersley? Because I think some of the references in the LUC work refer to Hattersley.
Yeah, it refers to Hattersley of Hyde and Mottram of Longdendale as two separate parcels, and these sitting within the, so it is the gap, if we use those, it is the gap between Longdendale and Hyde, or Mottram in Longdendale and Hyde, basically.
So,
yeah.
It is considered important,
Yes.
to maintain a separation between Mottram,
Yes.
I can't say the word.
Yes.
There.
Yes.
Mottram. I'll leave it Mottram. And Hyde.
Hyde, correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just in terms of practice, just a few things about practicalities, and so obviously the width of the, and there's no, I accept there's nothing anywhere that says what a minimum width of green belt should be or anything to that extent, but clearly some elements of this strip become quite narrow in places, and there are parts where if you stand, say, at the Tesco, clearly the development on the other side of that bank of woodland is there. So, I mean, I suppose the question from a greenbelt purposes, are those sort of areas already merged to an extent? So, therefore, there is no greenbelt purpose there.
Well, that's where, as you heard me say time and again in relation to the greenbelt removals, we stand by the work that's been carried out across the piece by LUC, and I obviously understand your point, but they've looked at each of these parcels. You've got the results of their work in the report for the greenbelt additions, and they found in relation to the, you'll know purpose 1 was divided into 1A and 1B, but for the purposes 1, 2 and 3, they found that the various parcels perform either moderately or strongly, in the most strongly actually. So yes, there's a pinch point, if you like, but that's the result of the work that they've carried out. So we rely on that, and as you know, I've stuck like it to glue because they were the people who actually sort of looked at all of these greenbelt points in what we would consider to be an objective fashion.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly in a systematic way, anyway.
Okay. Just in terms of, it doesn't matter which way around I do these points, but I'll just, in terms of the existing uses, are they all designated, all 3 plots designated open space at the moment? In the question we asked questions obviously about existing policies, so I think it comes back to what they are now and what they're protected by. Similar point I was Mr. Fieldhouse was making earlier.
Yeah, it's a point we'd have to check to definitively say, but I think so. Certainly the council's policy approach in terms of open space is that even where land is not overwashed by that particular point, is that the same principles apply to where land is in such similar use or uses, and therefore that would apply in essence in any case.
Yeah, so we've got, so just looking at our matter statement, just while that was being said, so plot 37 is currently designated as protected green space. 40, just bear with me for one moment, 40 I suspect we're going to find is the same answer. Let's have a look. Protected green space, and 41, we're on a roll here, protected green space. So they've all got that designation, as I was saying earlier on to Mr. Fieldhouse, as I submitted earlier on. I mean, if, underlined, you're satisfied there's a fundamental change, as we are satisfied there's a fundamental change in these 3 instances, and I would say that the fact that existing policies apply and could do a good job, a reasonable job, whatever job in protecting land isn't really, it's relevant, but it's not the overriding point. The overriding point is there a justifiable case that there's been a fundamental change here? And it is this plan which is bringing the fundamental change.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to touch on, obviously, if we were to accept that there was a fundamental change and it met those tests, obviously, and the boundaries still have to meet 143F. So I just want to quickly touch on the boundaries, going through them individually. I think 37 seems fairly straightforward. It's like effectively a flood fill of the gaps between existing residential areas, goes up to the backs of residential areas in pretty much all cases, I think. So that's fairly obvious, I think. anything to say about those?
Yes, that's what we've tried to do there, yeah.
On 40, now, on 40, I've got, which is the top part. On the northeastern, so the northeastern side, it seems to skirt around the boundary of the school playing fields, which are obviously in and of themselves open. What decision was made, and I'm not, again, quite often difficult to tell from the mapping, and I will obviously have an opportunity to see it on the ground, but where that line sort of goes on the northeast boundary, sort of, is that purely the boundary of the school?
Yes, so that follows the rear boundary of the primary and nursery school, which is mentioned and on plan, and then to the north of that, it goes to the extent of the kind of wooded clough before that fringes onto former playing fields. I think it's helpful to make you aware, sir, of an application as well in relation to a CND school on those playing fields to the further north, which we can provide the application reference number for. So and effectively goes up to that red edge as we've proposed it as a greenbelt addition. Right.
So the boundary reflects where you think there'll be some built form.
Yes.
In the future, if it gets permission.
Correct. Yes. Okay. Sorry, that has got permission. Yes.
It has got permission.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've
determined that.
Anticipated that change.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then 41 seems to. Yeah, so I was wondering what the western boundary of 41 it is. It might be, but at the moment it looks like it goes through the middle of what looks like a piece of open space, again from the map. So I obviously wondered if there was anything that you knew was happening there, or there is something on the ground there. But it doesn't appear on the map. It doesn't appear to follow any obvious.
No, that's fine. So, so yes, to the western extent, there's a retail scheme which is consented, which we spoke briefly about the long-term regeneration plans for Hattersley, and this consent from 18/000/16 full is the kind of the route application. Was about the relocation of a district centre which sat within the middle, if you like, of Hattersley, and was to move that to this location. So what we've attempted to do there is kind of mirror the built form, the extent of that built form that we expect to come forward on that site.
I know you've made your argument to me has been about fundamental change, has been about Godley Green, but is any of these changes, permissions, had any bearing as well on that thought process?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's been a Tesco superstore brought forward, which sits to the north of Ashworth Lane, and a community hub as well. And then further to that, to the south of Ashworth Lane, there's the retail consent that we've just talked about, and then so they all sit to the west of our wedge. And then to the east, obviously, we've got the school that we've just mentioned as well. And those have obviously factored into our thought processes about appropriate boundaries and the overall importance and critical nature of this in terms of fundamental change point. Okay. And this, well, I think for one of them, for GPA 41, this is fairly obvious, not the case necessarily, but if we were looking at these, you want me to look at this as an entirety. So they're in 3 plots, but to consider them as a whole, so they're not divisible in any way. If I was to say, well, actually, I think the northern plot is, meets the test, but the southern plot doesn't. Do they all stand and fall on their own together? Rather, actually, rather than fall on their own merits, they are all or nothing.
Well, we've made the same point for all 3 of them, but if you found that point was only good for 2 of them, for example, or one of them, then that would be what you tell us. So no, I mean, our judgment is that they stand or fall together, but obviously you might reach a different judgment call on that. But it's all about the fundamental change point. So if you think the fundamental change point is a fair enough point, if you like, for 2 of the 3 plots, but not for all 3 of them, then that would be the outcome.
Okay, thank you. That covers all my questions on that. Mr. Simon, I guess you'll have, as I know you're here to talk about these, I better give you the opportunity. Any points on, well, any of those 3?
Yeah, I feel that there's a complete misapproach to this whole issue of allocations and Greenbelt additions in this part of Tameside. Particularly, it should be noted, because it's been repeatedly stated by council, that this is a high-level strategic plan. And I think in total truth, that principle is not being applied here in so many ways that I've got to be economical in the point I'm making, because I know my time will be limited. So the critical point in the time that I may have that I have to sort of make is that this LUC study recognises that there's a critical gap to be maintained between Hyde, Greater Manchester, and the settlement or town of Mottram. The actual text, which is repeated, I think, on certain occasions, says that this gap is critical. It's try and find the exact text, but I think you're probably aware of it anyway.
Yes, yeah. I can certainly, if I can find it, certainly. And it's in the LUC report. So.
Yeah, I have found it. Do you mind? Will you bear with me if I read it, as it seems important, as it's the authority's own evidence that they are stated this morning they wish to rely on, LUC study. The parcel scored strongly against purpose 2 to prevent neighbouring towns merging into one another, forming a critical gap between the settlements of Mottram in Longdendale and Hyde. Now, I've got to be economical and brief, although there's a lot more I would like to say if I get the opportunity. So to make my main point, this is a pitiful attempt to mitigate the collapse of the necessary gap between Hyde, Greater Manchester and Mottram, and beyond, where the somewhat fundamental change has almost been mainly agreed that there should be a new bypass dividing the Greenbelt beyond Mottram towards Derbyshire and Hollingworth in Tameside. For some reason, which one can only speculate about, the authority and the local authority involved have just disregarded the spatial implications of what is obviously a fundamental change. But the key issue is that the allocation of Godley Green does not respect the need to keep Hyde and Mottram separate, and that this is a critical need as recognised by the advocate for these allocations and additions. So hopefully I've made my point sufficiently clearly on that point.
Yeah.
Separately, as regards the local criteria for allocating these.
But we're sticking to the additions, not the...
Yes, I'm talking about the additions. I just think that they are, that there are inaccuracies in the description. They are basically urban protected local green space. It's claimed in the evidence that there's no community interest in protecting them, which I strongly doubt is the case if the local community were aware of it. There's a very active and strong local Longdendale community group known to Tameside Council because they repeatedly advocate to them and fall on deaf ears. And I'm quite certain, well, I can't speak for them, obviously, but I'm very confident if they were approached, they would be desperately keen to maintain at least one of these parcels, the one which is heavily wooded, and probably all three if they understood the implications. So the protection is potentially there without what seems to me a gratuitous greenbelt allocation. Also, the point should be made that these are sites which I don't think developers, hungry as they are for land, are going to put under threat. They've got a stream going down the bottom of steep wooded valleys. I'm not sure they're viable, even with, I doubt their viability. The only bit that seems viable is the bit of open land, which I understand from what the gentleman said there for Tameside has been allocated for some kind of relocation or retail. I'm not quite sure what he was saying.
Sounds like there's an extant permission on part of it.
Yeah, well, where the ground is level and could be developed, but I expect you've done a site visit and you'll have formed your own conclusion as to whether developers would be attracted or in any way towards trying to seek permission for these sites which have existing protections within the local plan, are potentially protected by community interest, and as a whole, they are a pitiful piece of compensation for greenbelt loss of far greater quality and far more important strategic importance. And again, if I'm allowed to continue, there is the further issue of a major fundamental change to the east, which is this the A57 Link Roads DCO, which is of fundamental importance to the overall consideration of how the greenbelt is allocated in Tameside. It's not something that would be very easy to discuss. I can only alert you to it. And if you were agreeable to allowing me to present the maps, I could show the overall cumulative.
We've got the maps, and obviously we are only talking about what's in front of us, and that scheme is not in front of us. So, and I've got your comments on that. So we understand. I think I understand the point you're making and the point you made at the previous session about cumulative impact. So
okay,
I think I've got that. Okay. I don't think I need anything more on that at the moment.
No, okay. If you feel that you've got sufficient materials, no need for me to add to it.
I mean, if you've obviously got anything more you want to say about the addition, the greenbelt specifics of 37, 40 and 41, then that's useful.
No, I mean, I think that I've commented that they don't meet a need, that they aren't correctly portrayed, but above all, strategically, they raise the point for the first time on the part of the authority that there is a strategic concern about coalescence of settlements on a very grave and significant scale, especially if you factor in the DCO. But they are a pitiful and totally unacceptable attempt to mitigate that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. CPRE?
As CPRE set out, is supportive of the allocations, and whilst I understand where Ms Simons is coming from, being protected by Greenbelt would help to, I think in the Look report it's paragraph 3.35 where it talks about the parcels function in terms of separating Mottram and Hyde. So, sorry, Hasters, I don't know where I am now, I've lost my positioning. It would perform a function, and we are supportive of those being, the three sites being Greenbelt additions because of that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, GMCA, do you want to come back on any of that?
No, sir, there are, thank you very much, and obviously strongly held views which differ on these proposed additions, and you have our case for the three, and you have the opposite point of view. I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on then to 38, which is a site, Ardenfield, which you're not proposing to defend at the moment. Any comments on that one? No. And so finally then, Cemetery Road, Denton, which is an anomalous boundary.
It is.
And this one looks
anomalous.
Where are we? 39.
39 on page 452.
Yeah, so if you want just to...
Yeah, so it's the, if you're looking at the proposed Greenbelt edition, number 39, which is this sort of arrowhead, I suppose, blunted arrowhead, it's the eastern it's the eastern boundary of the proposed addition. So in other words, the current boundary, in inverted commas, between the green belt and what currently isn't green belt that we're concerned about here in terms of anomalies, because that current green belt boundary doesn't follow any features at all on the ground, cuts through a woodland. There's nothing there which would enable one to understand, you know, how it could possibly be that one side's in the green belt and the other side isn't. So it's that boundary in particular that is our concern here. Now, the parcel of land in question, number 39, was, on our research, looked at, it seems, as part of a larger area for proposed inclusion in the green belt in the 1984, so originally the original green belt local plan. But the conclusion reached by your colleague, the inspector then, was that the land in question, remember that, as far as we can tell, was a larger area of land than the area of land that we're dealing with here, was contained within the urban area. There wasn't a justification for it being within the green belt. Now, obviously one might agree or disagree with that, but agreeing or disagreeing with the merits of it isn't a fundamental change but of circumstances. But so taking that conclusion as read, if you like, that doesn't explain the boundary and why the boundary was drawn as it was. And from our review of the pre-digital planning history, maps, plotting sheets and so on and so forth over some 50 years actually, we can't see anything that would justify or, you know, the boundary or explain why in 1984 the boundary was drawn where it was. There's, you know, we can't find any explanation in the history here that would help one to understand this. So that's where we are with it all. It's a bit of a brain teaser, and to resolve the brain teaser and have a boundary which makes more sense, we have sought to add this piece of land to the green belt, and by doing so, we would address this anomalous point that currently exists.
Okay. Yes, it looks as if the eastern boundary was a straight line, was two straight lines basically drawn to some kind of perspective point and then stopped rather than anything on the ground. So again, you've taken that, and obviously it goes through the woodland. There's a track again, or path to, it looks like a cemetery, or cemetery, obviously cemetery road, to the south. It's just, and then you've reached the first available piece of infrastructure,
That's right.
which is, again, looks like a track or a footpath.
Yes, I mean the cemetery boundary to the west of the plot of land that we're talking about is fine, but it's it's that eastern boundary which doesn't make sense. And to be honest, as far as we can tell, didn't seem to make sense when it was first done. But there you are. Doubtless your colleague would have an explanation that's been lost in with the passage of time.
Okay. Fine. I mean, again, it is what it is. Really. I've got no particular questions on that one. We've just got to consider it. So it's quite a small area. Any comments on that one? No. And then finally, we've got GBA 42, which is Horses Field, Denton, which again is one you're not defending, as I understand. So any comments on Horses Field? No. Okay. Thank you all for that. Then that's me on Tameside. Greenbelt Editions. I think we'll be moving on, but I think we will take a little break because I think there's actually some moving around. So, should we say? Come back about past. If anyone is departing, then thank you for your contributions this morning. And we'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, sir.
Okay, everyone, it's 12:15, so we'll time to restart. As per the agenda, we're going to go back and have a look at policies JP S2 and S3, in particular the elements that we asked additional, I think, further supplementary questions / action points about, starting with JPS2 carbon and energy. I'll just give a little bit of a preamble to where we've got to and why we've got this session. Following the initial discussions that took place in November or December, we asked GMCA to prepare a draft modification to criterion 8A and footnote 31 of policy JPS2, which would help clarify the approach to net zero development and any requirements for carbon offsetting. We also asked them whether main modifications were necessary to table 5.1. The response in GMCA 21 sets out how GMCA expects to work toward net zero, although the working toward element was discussed, I think, in some changes that were put to us, and what this would mean for the periods 2022 to 2025, 25 to 28, and 28 onwards. The submitted policy says development will be net zero from 2028, but then to me there was some confusion caused by footnote 31, and I think some of the discussion didn't really help that confusion about how this would be applied from adoption and what would be required before 2028, which is why we asked the question. I'm not sure, in my mind, that the changes that are proposed have actually made it that much clearer for me in any way, shape or form. So it may be that I'm being a bit thick or I need some explanations. I think the first thing to do is to ask GMCA to walk me through the new criterion 8A, if you like, and what actually it means in practice for developers for those 3 time periods, because I think that's where I'm still a little bit unclear about what developers are actually going to be asked to do.
Fine, so thank you. I mean, I'll look to my left in a moment for that, but I'm taking from that because the question which is on the agenda relates to the modifications to criterion 8 of this policy, footnote 31, table 5.1 and paragraph 5.16, and I think in relation to those... I'm starting with the time, sorry, I should say I'm starting with the timescales question. So we're still doing the others?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, we'll do the others. Sorry, my mistake, I should have said, I think that's more logical to start there.
In the middle?
Yeah.
Fine.
I always like to start. Well, I've got to keep you on your toes.
No problem.
Because then the working toward is... this is more fundamental, I think, than that.
No, fine. And you'll remember, of course, that we introduced the viability test as well in criterion 8. So there are various things that have been done. Fine. So thank you, sir. No problem at all. I say that, with great confidence because I haven't got a clue what the answer is. So I shall look to my left. So the particular question that's been asked is, now that we've introduced into criterion 8A, that one should work toward being net zero from 2028, which means, so the inspector's asking particularly about the which means, so sub-items 1, 2 and 3 have 3 time periods, 2022 to 25, 25 to 28 and 28 onwards. So who would be able to help us as to what this means in practice, in practical terms?
I can set it, Kathy Bibby, Tameside Council, on behalf of GMCA. I can set it out in simple terms, and then Adam McTavish, if you could help. He's from Curry and Brown. We'll go into a little bit more detail what that actually means. So initially the policy was obviously working towards net zero carbon with a footnote suggesting, actually just helping explain what that actually meant, what that definition meant, by referring to the UK Green Building Centre framework, which it sets out a suggested time frame for working towards net zero, which, according to the Curry and Brown research in carbon and energy topic paper, is a realistic and achievable time frame to meet net zero. So the plan seeks to influence both the construction of the buildings and their performance in use. So these measures hope to do that on a timescale that's realistic and in line with Objective 7. So obviously from 2022 to 25, that applies to emissions in operation. Then in line with Future Home Standards, consideration of emissions in operation and unregulated emissions, And then from 2020 onwards, there's a requirement to look at emissions in construction with any residual carbon emissions offset, following the energy hierarchy. So if I could bring Adam in from Curry and Brown to explain a little bit more about what that.
There's one thing before you do that. It's, for me, the policy says, and they both submitted and this version, if you like, say we want to be net zero from 2028, and then we jump into things you've got to do before 2028. I think that's it's actually net zero from now, but it means different things.
That's right.
Is that fundamentally what we're talking about here?
The definition changes. And
so it's not 2020. It's not net zero from 2028 at all. Is what you really?
No,
is
in
it?
essence, it's net zero from now, but it means different things as we move through in a way that's achievable by the construction industry. So that's possibly where the confusion is.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
And by introducing the words, which means, well, that would be our attempt to address that confusion, because basically the meaning of net zero changes over time, over these time periods. I take your point from 2028, so why, therefore, is one doing things beforehand? Well, we're doing things beforehand because they can be done and because they would help you to be net zero across the piece.
Notwithstanding what other people might have to say about this,
Exactly.
Just the from 2020 is quite confusing. We're working towards net zero, which means this between this time period, this between this time period, and this between this time period.
Fine, well, to pick that point up, then one would simply delete the words from 2028.
I mean, obviously, this is without prejudice to what
Of
I've
course.
discussed. But
So to pick that point up, one would simply say work towards being net zero carbon, which means then you'd have your 3 time periods. So you just delete the words from 2028.
that might be simple. It might be as simple as that, but we'll obviously wait to see what everyone else has to say. But there's still practical issues about what that would mean.
Yes, and did
for
you
developers.
want a
Yes,
more...
yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Are you able to provide more technical?
Yes, thanks, Cathy. Just to clarify about the scope of the emissions that would be covered under those 3 time periods. So from 2022 to 2025, the emissions covered include those from regulated emissions, so those covered by Building Regulations Part L, which include heating, hot water, lighting and ventilation, and are traditionally included within building regulations, but importantly exclude those for cooking, small power for TVs, audio, computers, phones, etc., and other appliances in the home, and white goods, etc. And actually, from now going forward, represent the smaller part of energy consumption in a new home. So although we're starting with regulated emissions, that's actually the smallest part of the pie chart. But to do it in a proportionate and sort of managed way, we've started with that approach. And then from 2025 to 2028, including the balance of energy consumption within the home. So that's the unregulated emissions, which I've just described, which are, as I said, the more significant part of the pie. But then we need to remember that both regulated and unregulated energy will only represent around 20 to 25% of the whole life carbon footprint of a home when it's constructed. So the embodied carbon in the materials used to build a home represent the larger part of the carbon footprint of a new home when it's built to high levels of performance and uses a low carbon heating system. And therefore, in order to really complete that picture of having a zero carbon home, we've then included the embodied carbon associated with construction of the building from 2028 onwards.
And in terms, again, the practical terms of what you expect, if you're dealing with an application that came in those 3 periods, what is the difference that you would expect to see? Is it purely what's in the hierarchy? You know, just
yes. So that's as far as the definition of what zero carbon includes. In addition to that, there's the standards that's specified within table 5.1, which I can come on to, and those take a similar approach of increasing the level of ambition over time, so that by the time of getting to 2028, you have a very high-performing building with all areas of carbon addressed. But prior to that, you prioritise things that are proportionate and achievable in the short term. So that would involve, in the period up to 2025, setting higher space heat demand standards, which means better levels of insulation, better thermal performance of a new home. And those standards are set differently for housing and for flats, recognising the different capabilities of those homes to achieve those high standards, together with a required improvement in the hot water consumption of the home. And actually that level that it's been set at requires some form of hot water reduction technology, typically something like a wastewater heat recovery system, which is actually already included within the Part L standard for 2021. And then also generation of photovoltaics, and we've specified that as a percentage of the floor area rather than as a defined amount, recognising that obviously flats will have less ability per unit to have a given amount of photovoltaics. So we followed the precedent from Part L 2021 to specify that as a percentage of floor area. Then from 2025 onwards, the standards follow the same pattern, but the requirements are slightly higher, and the space heat demand requirement is lower, making it more challenging to achieve, again differentiated between houses and flats, and the amount of photovoltaics required is higher. So these three elements address the unregulated emissions, which are those largely within the gift of the developer, and provide a stepped approach to improving performance and set some minimum requirements in each area so that you don't, for example, get a situation where the heat demand is not as high as it could be and could realistically be, and that is compensated for by, say, more in carbon terms by use of a low carbon heating system, so it passes the Part L requirement but doesn't actually reduce running costs and reduce the energy demand for the UK and for the local energy system. So we think this is aligned with the policy statements released by government as to the intention of the Future Home Standard, which is yet to be consulted on and yet to be finalised, but is in the spirit of the Chancellor's statements on that it would be world-leading standards of energy efficiency and low-carbon heating systems.
Thanks. Very helpful. Just on Part L, there's 2 points, and we've discussed some of this. Obviously is going over what we discussed originally, but the change and what you just said introduces two things about Part L. One is, I was going to come on to table 5.1, but okay, you've introduced it, I'll mention it. Under hot water energy demand, it still refers to 20% energy demand reduction compared to Part L 2013, but of course my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the current Part L is higher than that.
Sorry, that's been struck out, hasn't it? Compared to Part L 2013, has been struck
in table 5.1. I don't think
certainly
in the footnote it has, but not in the table.
It has in my version of the plan. Composite plan.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. It still says 20% energy demand reduction in total heat required.
It does.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it does.
The reference to Part L, but the effect is the same. It's 12 to 20%, but actually is that still the right measure, bearing in mind Part L's now changed?
Yes, so thank you for that. We looked at that point, and within the calculation methodology, SAP, which is a standardised method used for building regulations compliant, one of the calculations is the heat required for hot water prior to efficiency measures, i.e. reduction of water consumption or use of alternative sources of energy to generate that hot water, such as a solar hot water system or something of that sort. So that point within the calculation method is independent of the Part L standard. It's just a calculation that is done in the same way that the space heat demand calculation is independent of what Part L requires. It's just a calculation that comes from the process, and therefore we've used that as the reference point, because that would remain consistent as Part L changes, because that assumption about what the level of hot water demand would be is consistent over time.
Okay, I'm not sure I got that.
So we're saying a percentage reduction in rather than in the amount required by Part L, but the amount estimated by the assessment method. In the same way that we're saying we want a space heat demand level that is estimated by the assessment method, and we want it to be below this level. We're saying that the calculation of the water consumption and the heat demand for that water consumption is estimated by the assessment method, irrespective of what Part L says about it, and we want that to be 20% lower. So it's not linked to the standard of Part L, it's linked to the nature of the assessment method, which is the same as a requirement that's based around heat demand or any other performance standard which relies on an assessment method to estimate what the performance will be.
Okay, how does that relate then to the written ministerial statement 2015 about not, is that if you disregarding Part L?
It's using the Part L assessment method in as much as it's using SAP, so it's still reliant on the same process. It's just saying within this particular part of all the flexible moving parts within achieving Part L compliance, we want to be definitive about the performance in this area, and we're being definitive as a percentage improvement on the assessment calculated by the assessment method, not necessarily by what Part L specifies, because Part L doesn't specify
does that mean, so if Part L says 31%, now,
but that's overall.
Yeah.
That's for the
so but you would be, so this would be in excess of that.
Not necessarily, no.
But it could
part
be.
of it.
But it could be.
Yes, yeah. The overall.
And so that's the
performance
point
could
at
be.
which I suppose you get into the where does it relate to the?
Oh,
if at
sorry.
all,
In terms of in
the written
round,
ministerial
sorry.
statement says you shouldn't have standards over. I mean, it's all a bit muddy now, isn't it? Because of what the ministerial statement says about Part L 2013 and what we've got now. But we still, I think, at least in my mind, work to a principle of not having your own optional standards over and above what's in building regulations.
So these standards, the current standards are specified between 2021 and 2025 are actually not in excess of the Part L 2021 standard. The proposed requirements for 2025 onwards may be higher than the current Part L 2021 standard, but are aligned with the spirit of what's been asked for in the Future Home Standard. And as we haven't received clarification about the specifics of that standard as yet, we don't know how it will perform in comparison to that. But given that we don't know those points, that's why we've set out specific requirements here.
Okay. Right. I'll have to think about that and see what maybe people come up with. You talked about the unregulated, regulated emissions. I mean, you've seen the representations made by Peel, in particular, that talk about the unregulated emissions, energy being, that shouldn't be, that it's not reasonable to impose requirements on developers when it comes to unregulated energy because it's outside of their control. Is that anything you'd want to respond to that point?
I would say that the energy consumption will occur. It's estimated within the standard assessment methodology so that we can get an estimate of what that consumption will be, and the assumption will be linked to that development. The fact that it's not regulated is a reflection of the elements that can be standardised and, as I said before, are sort of within the gift of the developer to include, but it doesn't mean that those emissions won't arise from the construction of that property. So just the fact that they're unregulated is not a ground for exclusion in my view.
But the developer, if you're making a planning decision based on these energy usage, then if it's outside the scope of the developer to control that, how will you make a determination?
So the question is not to reduce, there's nothing in the policy that requires it to be reduced to a specific level. It's just that it has to be considered as part of the overall emissions for any offset costs that might arise.
Okay, so in theory then that could stay the same, if you like, but if everything else was to be reduced, then you'd be under whatever threshold you might determine acceptable.
Yeah.
yes, future home standards then. So, as you say, we don't have that yet. So if, so again, just remind me what the relationship is, what you're saying. You've just said you sort of, this is all based on what what we're assuming about the future home standard. And does it go beyond that after 2028?
Only the inclusion of the embodied carbon, so there's no further change to the performance standards for the homes. And the standards are aligned with being world-leading levels of energy efficiency and being fossil fuel free, and are you not having a gas connection, and those have informed what we think are these standards. We think are challenging but achievable based on the analysis that we've done of how they would be achieved in different dwelling types.
Okay.
And sorry, if I may just add also that they're aligned with the standards proposed and recommended by the Committee on Climate Change in their recommendations to Parliament as to how the UK should be setting standards to deliver on net zero targets for set out in the Climate Change Act.
If, obviously this plan were to be adopted as suggested, where we've got some unknown, how is this, it might be a question more for GMCA, I suppose, but how would, could local plans effectively pick this up and, if you like, amend the standards as they move forward?
That really is a question, I think, for us or for me, rather than the experts, so to speak, on the technical side of this. So, sorry, can you just, so that's, if Places for Everyone is adopted with this wording or something like it in it.
And/or only takes you to the point where I suppose, where we're limited with our knowledge of what is expected.
Exactly, and then something comes along, whatever it might be. Sure. Well, absolutely a future local plan in any of these 9 areas could reset the policy, because that would be entirely open to it to do, and it would doubtless list this the policy as a policy which is superseded by the new policy. So that can certainly be done, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's leaving aside any questions of the review of this plan itself, Places for Everyone, which, you know, as we know, is expected now, well, it's mandatory really, in 5 years from adoption, so.
Because it's possible, isn't it? I mean, looking at the timescales that were discussed way back when about local plans coming after this, that some of them will be adopted or at least being prepared in a different, you know, maybe we'll know more, if you like, about some of this stuff and can reflect on that as they come through. I think
the one certainty is that when any of these future local plans come forward, whether they're fairly hard on the heels of Places for Everyone's adoption, whenever that might be, or, you know, more dilatory, I think the only thing we can guarantee is that the rules will to some extent or other be different, because planning is a restless subject. It never stands still. As soon as you learn one set of rules, another set of rules comes along. So I'm pretty sure that, and certainly in this field, I think it's a racing certainty there will be, you know, a new set of, a new clarity, if you like. Whether one likes that new clarity or not is another matter, but there will be a different set of rules, doubtless, in a few years' time.
You'll have read some of the comments that we had. I mean, we didn't get many, but some of the comments we had, if you like, took us back to issues of, well, this is all very well and good, but it's still not been viability tested. And so my reading of the viability assessment is that it takes account of, and we might debate about the numbers, but it takes us up to the future home standard assumptions, but not beyond. So I suppose the question is, what's missing from that?
Well, it's done the best it can, but in any event, we've obviously, as you know, introduced, and the introduction of this wording is controversial, I think, across the room, but we've introduced in Criterion 8 unless it can be demonstrated that it's not practicable or financially viable. So we've sought to ensure that that point is dealt with in that way. Some would say we shouldn't do that, but that's, and others would be strong advocates for it. But that's how we've sought to hold that line, that middle course, if you like, steer that middle course.
Okay.
ultimately, the fairly fundamental question is, but does one shrug one's shoulder and say this is all far too difficult, and all we're going to do is say, well, there you are, it's all building regulations, let's forget about everything else, or does one actually try and do something, be a little bit ambitious? We've now hedged that ambition around with practicability and financial viability issues. There's the fork in the road, really, and we're in the camp of actually trying to do something about this. Albeit others would say that we should go a heck of a lot further than we've gone, and yet others would say we're going too far.
Okay, I'll let that side of the people who are with us say anything they want about viability, and then come back on whether they think this would have an unacceptable impact on viability or not later. I will just move on to, I'll get through all my points. The working toward phrase. You introduced that and we discussed it, but with now the introduction, again, all this is without prejudice, but with the phrasing of subject to viability, practicability, whatever, is the working toward phrase actually take us anywhere from a decision-making perspective? Is it necessary to say that?
If you apply the test of is it necessary to say X into a lot of sentences in this plan, you might say, well, no, it's not, but it certainly helps to.
Well, sorry, in this case, I suppose is it necessary to, because obviously this would be a name modification, wouldn't it? So it would be a case of, is it necessary to introduce that text, I suppose?
Well, this was a response to, if I recall this correctly, which I'm pretty sure I do, it was thought by some that the language of the policy as in the submitted plan was far too emphatic, if you like, and that, as we discussed it on the day all those months ago, work towards seemed to better capture what we're seeking to do here, particularly given that we have these steps, these chronological steps as well in the plan. So work towards does seem to me to be necessary in soundness terms if one's going to adopt this approach, which we've set out with all these other changes as well. But, strictly speaking, if you could take the words work toward out and you'd still have a definition of what net zero means chronologically.
Well, obviously, some have suggested that it's somehow weakening the policy by referring to that, and so first thing, A, for me to decide, is that the case, and if so, is that a soundness issue, and B, where does it put us in terms of, I guess, unambiguous clarity for decision makers?
I think clarity is fine because of the which means and the steps are set out. So I don't think this is what on earth does this mean, because you're told what it means. So I think that's fine with respect. I would see that, although I could understand the argument that introducing practicability and financial viability issues would be seen by some as weakening the policy, I could certainly understand the argument, and we don't agree because we've introduced the words ourselves, but I could understand the argument. I don't really understand how working towards could be seen as something which is sending all of this down the river, so to speak. So I think I would see working towards coupled with a definition which means is all part and parcel of the same thing. It's just trying to explain clearly exactly what it is that we're seeking here.
I don't know if I can just add, I think the words were taken from the newly adopted Salford local plan.
Of course, I've forgotten that get out of jail card. This recently adopted Salford local plan
had that phrase.
That's right. Oh gosh, we would have spent ages and ages discussing this at the Salford local plan examination hearings I was at, but I've now forgotten what about. But yes, that's right. So that's, thank you for that. That's
I suppose again, to my mind, just thinking out loud, if you were to take out the from 2020, it starts to make a little bit more sense because you're working towards something through the time periods rather than a slightly different emphasis. Yeah.
I agree, actually. Ironically, I think it's the from 2028 which is throwing the eye off, if you like, in relation to this policy now.
I mean, I think it more aligns with Objective 7 as well, which is to promote carbon neutrality of new development by 2028. So whether we add by 2028.
Well, I think actually, and again, taking my mind back to the discussion we had before Christmas, I think that the from and to, there was some references to up to 2020 and some references to 20 and some references from. So it was a little bit unclear about what actually was trying to be achieved. Okay, on offsetting, obviously there are some comments suggesting that offsetting isn't the right approach, which raise, and others suggesting that the offsetting hasn't been, again, part of the viability assessment and so on. So if anyone wishes to make those comments, I don't think that's new stuff particularly. The only thing I did want to pick up on really is the suggested change has similar, but it sort of talks about with any, it still says the same thing actually, with any residual carbon emissions offset, that's under the three timescales. But in paragraph 1.33 of your of GMCA 21, I think it is, it says the proposed modification retains the reference to the potential for any residual carbon emissions to be offset from 2025. Just the policy doesn't say anything about 2025.
I remember, so which paragraph is that? One?
In GMC 20, I think it's GMC 21, it's paragraph 1.33, page 28.
Page 28.
So you've got the proposed modification at 1.32?
In GMCA 21?
Yeah. Was it 21?
Yes. Oh, 4.12. I think I'm going nuts here. What number did you give us just now, sir? Did you say 4? If you said 4.12, then fine. Was that the paragraph? I thought it was 1 point something rather that you referred to.
Oh, well, I'm looking at the wrong document here.
I think we're looking at the same sentence, perhaps in two different documents.
Anyway, yes, but the sentence
anyway,
is,
I've got it now.
you're talking about the offsetting only kicks in at 2025, apparently, seemingly.
It's 4.12 in paper 21 anyway, so but yes,
anyway.
That's where we find that reference, yeah.
I'm looking at a different document, obviously,
Anyway,
but the same
never
thing.
fear, never fear. Yeah.
So so just explain, I think, the mechanics of the offsetting, when it kicks in, how that's explained in policy. I know there's some changes to set out how it's going to be implemented, but again, just talk me through that process. I think.
Again, I'll just start off briefly and then pass on to Adam. I think the thought was, or the recommendation from Corinne Brown was that carbon offsetting mechanism was an appropriate mechanism, but should kick in at a similar time to the Future Homes Standard. I don't think PFE tries to set out exactly how that carbon offsetting will be implemented. There's a carbon and energy implementation plan, part 1 sets out part 2 sets out various ways that could be, the mechanism could be set up, but it would be down to the districts to look at carbon offsetting schemes. Payments will only be sought once on-site emissions have been reduced to a minimum level that's technically viable. I don't know if you want to add a little bit more to that, Adam, in terms of how that works.
In terms of the practicalities, it would be a case of the residual carbon emissions calculated via the SAP assessment method, which the target emission rate and then a building emission rate would be estimated using SAP, and that would be then identified as the amount of residual carbon that would need to be offset, which would be subject to the payment at the given rate to be determined.
And that, sorry, going back to what you were saying, that would be determined through local plans. So local plans, or local planning authorities rather, would determine, each district would determine how it would receive and implement the funds.
It's not actually been established as to how that will happen yet, but it's likely that the districts will. I think some districts have already committed to setting up carbon offsetting mechanisms or schemes. There's already established the Greater Manchester Environment Fund, which is a fund which basically supports carbon reduction schemes already. So there's some synergies there. That exists as a real opportunity for carbon offsetting. But districts may choose to set up their own schemes or alternative approaches. That's in paragraph, I think, 5.14 of the PFE already. So that explains that. But the plan doesn't actually seek to sort of go into detail of how that will be implemented.
So the actual cost of this would be, is obviously not set out in this, it would be determined at a later date. Would that need to be covered by a policy? Would that be, would it have to be covered by, would that have to be something did through a local plan? Would it be a policy establishing that price, cost, whatever, or not?
Absolutely, yeah, and based on local evidence, and obviously supported by supplementary planning guidance as to how developers
might not be any.
Yeah, well, if that still exists. What information is required at planning application stage, what the appropriate assessment procedures and so on, and reporting and so on set out in the planning guidance.
So as far as you're concerned then, I mean, it's a very sort of simple reference. It just says with any residual carbon emissions offset, that's effectively it. It's sort of the policy position. Is that sufficient to be able to then set and train all of these additional activities?
It's a framework policy that just sets that out as a...
Because there are other local plan policies, there are other PFE policies, which are not many, to be fair, and there are some other similar plans which are a bit more directive about what local plans should do. But there are some local plans which say, we would expect local plans to do this, this, this and this. And would that... So it comes down to effectiveness.
Yeah, we haven't taken that approach with this particular policy.
And that's, I think, linked to paragraph 516 in the explanatory text, because its first port of call is the now established Greater Manchester Environment Fund. And there's simply a reference at the end of the paragraph, districts may develop alternative approaches within local plans. So we're actually at the moment steering this towards the Greater Manchester Environment Fund. But if subsequent local plans come up with something which they can justify for their particular area, then that's for them, obviously. But at the moment, we're steering this, well, not at the moment, PFE is steering this as a first port of call to the Greater Manchester Environment Fund.
And just to be clear, in the statement, the paragraph, why I'm looking at the wrong number, I'm not sure what document I'm looking at, but it does say it makes it retain reference to the potential for any residual carbon emissions to be offset from 2025. The policy actually doesn't say anything about 2025, does it? So again, where does the 2025 reference come from? Or is that just to be assumed from?
No, it needs to be clarified, I think. No, that's a fair enough, and it's a fair enough point, indeed. So we would need to make that clear.
And is there a particular purpose for that date? Is that just?
I think it was the recommendation from Curry and Brown that would align with future home standard coming in. And probably at the point it becomes most relevant as well, yeah.
All right, thank you for everyone for your patience while I've gone through those sort of slightly out of order questions. Any comments from anyone around the room on any of that? Steady state, sorry, and it does occur to me, I do apologise for the new people, I didn't ask for introductions, I just wanted to get on. So if you just introduce yourself as you speak.
Oh, well, yes. Mark Burton from Steady State Manchester. I have a number of points to make, and it's always a little difficult to know where they best fit in, so I'll try to kind of cover them all. If I could maybe start by just establishing the context here. It's interesting that the Greater Manchester Combined Authority Strategy Review indicates that, on the one hand, it will meet carbon neutrality by 2038. On the other hand, in getting there, it is going to overshoot its carbon budget, which is actually the critical thing, because those are the emissions that give us the problem with climate change. So the problem is that any weakening of the policies is going to exacerbate that problem. And we already have a problem in that we're doing a lot of development as part of this Places for Everyone plan. In other words, you're creating emissions that you would not otherwise have as a result of the building programme. Now, I think that's really important to keep that in mind, because it relates to the overall consistency of Places for Everyone, within which the adherence to the Paris-compliant carbon budget is of 57
megatons
I do- sorry to interrupt you.
is a critical element.
Sorry to interrupt your flow. Obviously, we have gone over some old ground, but obviously we could focus on, I've got a lot of these general points anyway from the first session.
Yeah.
Obviously, one of the main points I wanted to understand is the implications of the suggested modifications.
Yes,
to be
I'm
made
going to
rather
come
than
to that.
Yeah,
but
so,
I did want to just kind of
yeah. I mean, the general
outline
points
the
you
context
understood.
really in doing that. So we're far from convinced that there is a case for the modifications to the wording in terms of practicality and viability. Our view is that that is already there within the NPPF, which governs plans. There isn't a need to recapitulate that in the plan itself. The danger is that it signals a kind of weakening. And although there was some discussion earlier as to whether it really is a weakening, I looked at the wording, be net carbon versus working towards being net carbon. Now, those are two rather different statements with different meanings. Now, I did want, however, to welcome the clarification of the timescale for the various elements of the plan in relation to buildings emissions. I think that's really helpful, and it is a highly proportionate approach. So we have no problems with that and welcome that. However, the third part, the question of emissions, essentially largely embodied emissions from 2028 onwards, is heavily dependent on offsetting. It's a real challenge because basically when you build something, you're putting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Offsetting is then trying to somehow take them back. And the evidence is that most offsetting doesn't actually do that. And even if it does, it only does it temporarily. Whereas the lifetime in the planetary system of these greenhouse gases is thousands of years. So would certainly like to see a greater emphasis on the actual building materials themselves, because unless you can reduce the emissions at source, you're going to have a problem. I think just the other thing to throw in, it's a point I made before, but I think it is worth reiterating, is that there is little difference between the costs of net zero building and essentially building leaky buildings. So the concerns about viability in terms of the evidence on costs do not really appear to hold water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Peel.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, just again, by way of context, Peel is not opposing the ambition of working towards net zero. We are, the representations we've made come from a point of, which I think we've explored this morning, helpfully with some of your questions about how this will work in practice, and is what an applicant would need to do clear. Are the definitions sufficiently precise? So I think that's where our concerns come from, and in particular in relation to the new proposed criterion 2 and 3. In that they haven't been subject to viability testing, and therefore it's unknown what the impact might be on the plan. And B, some clarity around definitions, which I think is, if I might say, this is a fiendishly complicated area. It's a fast-moving area, and the better we can clarify through this plan what an applicant is expected to do and when, the better. And I think, therefore, things like stipulating or just clarifying that, if, for example, criterion 1 applies to regulated emissions, just the addition of the word regulated. Similarly, in the paragraph below, the Roman numbered 1, 2, and 3, that the offsetting relates to residual regulated emissions. I think it's just helpful clarification. I think that's what is meant, but you know, it won't be in this forum that we have that clarity. It will be a poor development management officer and an applicant trying to work out what this policy means. And I think that in that context, and specifically because some aspects of the effects of this policy haven't been subject to the current viability assessment, then actually the proposed addition of the words relating to unless it's not practical or financially viable are actually essential to the effectiveness of the policy. So we support those changes. I think so. You helpfully articulated through your questions some of our other points. I won't repeat those unless there's anything else that you wanted to cover. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Wayne, I assume you're for Wayne Estates. Apologies for, or Emery Planning, whichever. Apologies for not asking you to introduce
No,
you.
thank you, sir. Yeah, John Coxon from Emery Planning on behalf of Wayne Estates. In terms of obviously the words working towards, yeah, we don't object to that specific wording, but clearly I think in the context of this policy, it would still be interpreted as a requirement for development. So therefore, the following criteria are important. I think in terms of criteria 2 and 3 under 8A, I think as we've heard, they are out of step with national guidance. Clearly, I think everyone in this room would accept that national guidance is probably quite unattractive on this point, but that is the reality, that is the current position in national guidance. And secondly, as Mr Trimmingham noted, and again, going back to really what we discussed under Matter 6, these requirements haven't been viability tested. That being said, Wayne Estates isn't opposed to working towards net zero, and indeed is actively seeking to do so, and will be seeking to do so on its new Carrington site. And there are significant market drivers as much as anything for that. So I think if you were to find that the policy wording as amended is sound, sir, and to actually include it in the plan, then we also would support the inclusion as it's currently proposed of the clause in relation to viability, given that those costs are unknown at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. Peel, did you have something else to say or no? Thank you. GMCA, go ahead.
Some of the points I think have gone a little bit wider than the actual changes that you've asked us questions about. So, and you've got our position on, I mean, whether some yet further clarity could be introduced to the steps, the chronological steps in sub 1, 2 and 3. Well, you've heard how we've explained those points. If you think that some further clarity could be introduced, then doubtless you'll say that to us in due course. But I've nothing else to add, really. You've got our position on all these points.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll carry on. We'll carry on then to the next point, JPS 3, because I don't think I've got a great deal to say on this. All
we've done is put a little bit of colour on a map.
Yeah, we
so.
obviously would perhaps ask the question about whether that change was necessary to be sound. In expectation, it might have flushed out some people who might have had an interest in that. And effectively, I don't think we got any comments from anybody who wasn't already there or who'd made the same points. So I don't think we're any further on in effect. So I think the main points made were that we'd got. I think we only had 4 responses to the question. I think 2, Peel and Northern Delivery Vehicle, I think I'm saying, were content with the change. Red Row, who aren't here to make their point, were not content, but I don't think their point was the same effectively. I think it was made at the original session, which neither the opportunity areas as identified originally or the allocations have been justified or tested viability. So I think that's the point we'd already got. If you want to come back on any of that, feel free. And then we had a comment from the Steady State and Greater Manchester Greenbelt, which with respect was about an additional modification you want rather than the modification that was asked about. So I'll take that point, but I'm not going to go any further on that point. So as particularly as Red Row aren't here to make their point, unless you want to respond to any of their comments, because I think I feel like I've already got those points. I mean, I think it's fair to say that, you know, just to confirm in my mind, that the allocations were not subjected to any kind of assessment of whether they met the criteria for each energy opportunity area, or were they?
So there's a question that goes, I mean, this is originally, we had them listed, didn't we, in the...
There is in the reason justification, there's a sort of criteria,
right.
which a certain level of density or a certain level of energy potential, which would qualify. I think it says...
This was just, as I understand it, so this was just to pick up, in effect, a mapping error, because the key itself had referred to the allocations.
Well, this was the other thing, really. I mean, the position, my recollection, it was that was your position, effectively. That
yes,
it was always the intention.
Exactly. The allocations were, as I gosh, I mean, I'm just looking at the scribbles I made at the time on my master copy of the plan. So the allocations were meant to be in the heat network opportunity areas. They were meant to be red, but we'd actually coloured them orange for proposed allocations. So what we've done is we've simply made all the orange red.
Yeah. So
there you are.
So the points that were made previously about the justification and the viability are already before me, and I can come back to that.
You can
in due course, unless there's nothing you wish to add to that point.
Only that. Did you mention lunchtime, sir?
We're going. Well, yes. Okay. Did you obviously you made you of the people who made comments in support, you made or at least content. Any particular point you wish to make on it?
Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. I think the important point here is that the modification to criterion 2 of the policy that, again, sorry to sound repetitive, but deals with what's practicable and financially viable, but also if there is a more effective alternative for minimising carbon emissions. I think those are really important. Not least because, for example, a gas-fired heat and energy network might be more carbon impactful than another solution, like a heat pump, for example. So I think that flexibility is important in the policy. So we can live with the rest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments then before I bring this to a halt? All right, so we'll draw this session to a close. Are we? So we'll return at 2 o'clock for employment. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's 2 o'clock, so we'll make a start. A couple of new faces around the table. Have you been before? You know, so I don't need to go through how we do things then. You're aware of that, so okay, that's good, thank you. What I'll do, rather than go around and make introductions, when people speak for the first time, if you're here this afternoon, just introduce yourselves and who you represent or whatever, rather than going around several times. I think most people have been here a lot, so we all know each other by now. We're going to start the afternoon's proceedings by looking at some of the employment land issues we asked questions about. FSQ AP 27 set out 4 questions, which I will make clear we'll go through in turn this time. And these all stemmed from GMCA's suggestion, I think originally published in GMCA 15, which put forward a methodology for identifying district employment floor space requirements. And then following the discussion about this under Matter 7, we requested a draft modification setting out how this methodology would be applied. So that prompted us to then ask our additional question, particularly as there may have been interested parties who were not at that session. So we'll work through these in turn, starting with the overall question of whether it is necessary for the plan to identify district level requirements to be sound, and then moving on to the methodology and the mechanics of how it might work and the issues around post-2039 and so on. So, as is now quite familiar to everybody, this isn't necessarily a case of whether the plan would have been better with district level requirements, if you like, from the start, but whether or not it's now necessary, having not included them at the beginning, whether it's necessary to do so. I think it's inevitable that maybe we will be touching on stuff we've discussed in the past, so that's just, I think we just have to accept that at this stage. But obviously keeping as much focus on the new issue of the issue in hand, which is the revised methodology and potential revised figures. Again, the response to IN 28, which was where we set those questions, wasn't significant. But I will start with the premise that was put forward by a couple of respondents to the GMCA, I think, which is that it isn't necessary for the plan to identify district level figures. And in this regard, I'm looking at the framework now. Paragraph 20 states, amongst other things, that strategic policies should set an overall strategy for the scale of development to make sufficient provision for employment. Paragraph 82 states that policies should set out a clear economic vision and strategy, set criteria, identify strategic sites for local and inward investment, seek to address barriers to investment and be flexible enough to accommodate needs not anticipated in the plan. And paragraph 83 states that policies and decisions should recognise and address specific locational requirements of different sectors. So I suppose my first point in question really is, does the identification of a plan-wide requirement that is in the plan at the moment actually satisfy the requirements of those 3 paragraphs of the framework? And there's actually no need to go any further than that.
You could add, by the way, and I think you should add, paragraph 11B of the framework, which after all is a framework, part of the framework which explains what sustainable development means for plan making. So 11B for plan making, strategic policies should as a minimum provide for objective assess needs for housing, we're not talking about that now, and other uses. And then we find the sequence of considerations that you're very familiar with. So, I would say, in response to your question, adding that paragraph to the 3, I think it was, that you've mentioned, that it is right that one doesn't find in the framework a sentence or whatever which says you should have some form of annualised requirement for employment. Contrast the whole approach in relation to blocks of time in relation to housing. And I can see that point. And I think with respect, you could say superficially, having a policy which simply states a global square meterage, for example, for office development over the planned period, superficially could be said to have done the job that the framework asks local plans to do. I say superficially because we then need to ask ourselves, well, given that the plan itself, Places for Everyone, is not seeking to ensure that every site that's needed to make up the required supply of offices on the one hand, industry and warehousing on the other is allocated through this plan, one has to ask oneself, well, what use is a policy that simply states a global figure for all 9 authorities without giving you any clue at all as to any form of distribution of that global figure to each of the 9? What use is that when future local plans are brought in under the auspices of Places for Everyone and pick up the rest of the heavy lifting, if you like, which needs to be done, which is to ensure that each local planning authority's area has made provision for whatever is the proportionate and appropriate share of this global figure. So that's where we came into all of this. And there is a stark difference in the way in which Places for Everyone has, in its submission plan, seeks to deal with housing on the one hand and employment on the other. In that whatever one makes the numbers for housing, one can understand what's required, if you like, as one moves forward. You know, forget the raging debates about whether the numbers are right, wrong, or somewhere in between. But for offices and industry and warehousing, to be quite frank, you'd read this plan and you wouldn't have the foggiest idea what future local plans are meant to do in relation to taking forward their share of the overall stated strategic number in the strategic policies that we're talking about, J3 and J4. So that's our line of logic, and plainly, if in due course you decide that in order to make the plan sound, it isn't necessary to give that level of specific guidance to individual local planning authorities bringing forward their individual local plans, then there you are. I mean, that would be your judgment. Our judgment, though, is having thought about this, that it does seem, to be quite frank, a bit of a sort of glaring sort of gap in Places for Everyone as a plan for 9 authorities, which is signalling things that need to be done in future local plans in certain regards, certain respects. It does seem to be a glaring sort of gap in all of this, to not actually say to each local authority, this is what we expect you to do as you move things forward. Obviously tomorrow we'll be talking about monitoring. I mean, how one would ever monitor this on any sensible basis if it stays global is that, well, we can turn to all of that tomorrow. So that's where we're coming from in relation to this. So yes, we on reflection, I appreciate we submitted the plan with a global figure or 9 authority figure in it in each of these 2 policies, and so one would say yes, at the time the view was that was a sound approach, but on reflection we have formed the view that it needs to be changed in order to make it sound along the lines that we've suggested. Obviously your later questions come to whether we've got the distribution right or whatever. So that's our approach to it, sir, and obviously it's a judgment, but it's all to do with that, what sort of helping hand are we giving the writers, the authors of future plans, if we just have a global, pan 9 authority figure. And the truthful answer to that is if you were any of these 9 authorities and you had this global figure, you wouldn't have the foggiest idea what to do with it, frankly, unless Places for Everyone actually explains it in some way.
So, the last other points, to understand, the PFE, there is giving some guidance to local authority, insofar as it's made allocation. So in terms of getting some way towards meeting the requirements, are there anyway? So in effect, there is is it the case that the PFE is actually it's establishing a strategy? It's establishing a very significant chunk of the requirement in offices, apart from not in offices, of course, because the requirement is. The supply rather meets the requirement largely, apart from 1 or 2 allocations. So in that case, one assumes that the supply is made up of locations which are suitable for office development. So therefore, whether or not the plan would have to make allocations, that what's in the supply could come forward.
Sure, and then when a future local... Sorry.
No, fair enough. Just a good point for you to jump in, so please do.
Sorry, sir. I do apologise. So when in those circumstances, when a future local plan comes forward, if frankly the job has already been done by a combination of sites and the supply having come forward, and the allocations having made up the rest of the numbers, so to speak, then that future local plan would know that in relation to its annualised target, if that's what we have in Places for Everyone, that it doesn't need to do any more, if you like. But there would be other instances when that may very well not be the case. It's likely not to be the case. You've taken offices, but obviously one mustn't forget industrial and warehousing as well. So that's where we're coming from. But I mean, it's a judgment call, and I've made the point about, you know, absolutely it's right that there isn't anything in the framework that dictates you have to have an annualised figure for employment. I think the real problem we've got here, to be quite frank, in this respect, is that being a plan for 9 authorities, just stating an overall figure for all 9 authorities without even saying, you know, going beyond that and saying that is comprised of, you know, and then having the 9 elements, is undoubtedly making the job of writing future local plans more difficult than it should be. But, you know, fine, we submitted the plan without this level of sophistication in it, and if the view is formed that it's not necessary to make the plan sound, well, that's the view that you'll report to us. But, you know.
I mean, you may have answered this question previously. Obviously, some of those changes were quite soon before the session, so we probably had time to reflect. But also, you may have answered it in your preamble in a way, because, you know, one would assume that if the plan was submitted as it was, that some thought would have been given to how that would apply. Absolutely. So I wonder, obviously, the logic as well, you know, what thought had been given by GMCA to how that would apply, and there must have been some assumption that this is how we expect local authorities to be able to make sense of the future. Or is it the case of once minds had been set on that, it was, oh, actually, we don't know?
No. When this arose at I mean, this is obviously quite some time ago, and I think this might have been a matter that arose during did we put a paper in advance? I can't remember. I think this arose during the course of discussion. It was in that era when things were happening sort of as a result of discussions during the hearing sessions, as opposed to us saying, well, I don't know, on the Friday before the Tuesday or whatever it might be, here are some suggested changes. And then I think our discussion then led to various questions being raised by you, the inspectors, to which we put our paper number 15 in, GMCA 15. When, pardon me, reflecting on this, when this issue arose for us as a team, which is, well, hold on a minute, how much of a helping hand are these 2 policies giving future local plan authors? You know, what's this actually meant to imply? Then certainly my understanding is that what we've written up in GMCA 15 was the intended way in which the global figure would work. It's just that it was seen that it, you know, for whatever reasons, good, bad or indifferent, that it wasn't, when the plan was submitted, it wasn't necessary to write all that into the plan. So that, you know, an approach was taken. I think there's, you know, a lot of these things have arisen, and we've had this pretty much every day during the course of these examination hearings. Well, you must have thought the plan was sound when it was submitted. Yes, we did. Well, why, therefore, do you think it needs to be changed now? Well, I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, my point wasn't a chronological one. It was more of a practical one of how you know, obviously when the policies were written up, the thought would have gone, well, this is how we do it. So, and I think what you're saying is, again, that's
my understanding of the thought
it was always supply based.
Is that the intention? My understanding is the intention is that these policies, these global policies, if anyone had said to, you know, one of the PFE people, one of the officers, well, how on earth is this meant to work for me? I don't know, whoever it might be, one of these 9 authorities, they would have received an explanation along the lines of GMCA 15.
Right. And so if, let's just say for example, if we were to continue then with the plan as submitted,
yes,
the logic would be that a council has their allocations in this plan, that's one thing, and then they have an existing supply of whatever that might be, presumably permissions, allocations in local plans if such things exist, and sites they've assessed as being suitable for that type of land, type of development. That type of development would be then compliant with their own policies. So in effect, it would be a case of, well, we are seeking to deliver employment land through effectively our existing supply. So it's existing supply plus PFE allocations, and that is, if you like, the confines within which we would move forward. That makes sense.
In the world in which we don't change these policies.
Exactly. I'm just trying to think if the practicality of not changing, if you like.
No, fine, absolutely. To which I would say, yes, but, and the but is, how would you ever really know that you're doing your fair share, so to speak, of this overall global figure? That's the issue or the problem, if you like. You might not think much of that problem, but that's what's driving this.
Okay. I think we might, when we get to talk about the methodology, come back to these issues of supply and how supply changes over time and what the implications of that. Touching on monitoring. We had Peel, I think, again, Peel, in terms of we didn't get a huge response to this, and I don't think the other one was Moreland Capital. I think you were advocating from our response that you do consider a district level figure to be necessary, so you may wish to invite you to make your point before we, and then I'll ask those who said that they didn't think it was necessary to make their point, and we'll let GMCA respond.
Okay, thank you, sir. I mean, I think Mr. Kutkowski has already covered, I guess, to sort of summarise two aspects in particular. One is that this plan isn't doing all what was called earlier in the examination, the heavy lifting. There is still some to do for local plans. And as I think as Mr. Kutkowski said, you know, how would they know how much of that heavy lifting is to be done? How would each district know? I think the second one is that this is a plan which has, is founded on a spatial strategy that seeks some changes in the past patterns of development, in particular, you know, making the most of assets primarily in the core growth area, and a shift of emphasis in development to the north, particularly in, you know, creating good quality jobs and providing the housing that would go with them. So there is compared to past trends, there is a redistributive element, and that, therefore, how will we know whether that core of the spatial strategy is working if we haven't been able to monitor, I know we'll come to that tomorrow, but monitor how much, how effective, how delivery compares against requirement at a borough level, which the point we'll come to tomorrow, but in some cases, because of those spatial areas, we need to look even below borough level, where some, for example, the northern areas straddle or cut across some districts, and the core growth area is not entirely a thing of district boundaries, it cuts across them. I think that is more of a point for tomorrow, but those in summary, sir, are the two reasons why we say that it is essential for soundness to have these district level breakdowns.
Okay, thank you. And so to the point of view, I think if you wish to add something of why why you don't think they're necessary. I don't want to get into the methodology because that's the next point, but just the principle.
I understand that. That's my big point. But yeah, I mean, I think it's clear from table 6.2 what the rough breakdown of the respective floor space will be. So I don't think the authorities aren't going to just be stuck with this big global figure and not know what's required of them, because there is a quite a detailed breakdown in 6.2. So I think the problem I have, I suppose, really, is that it sounds like they're turning it into a target. If that's what a district requirement is, if it's a target, then I do have a problem with that. If it's just a bit of advice saying, this is roughly what we expect you to deliver, that I'd be okay with that. But if you turn it into a target, which the council will be held to in planning applications, they could be forced to deliver, floor space which perhaps they don't want to deliver at that point. For example, if they come forward with I suppose in Oldham we're worried about a glut of warehousing, and I suppose if there's a target that it could be used to bring forward undesirable developments. So we think a district requirement or a target would lock the councils into perhaps something that perhaps wouldn't fully deliver the spatial strategy as they want it, and perhaps a little bit more, if they had a little bit more discretion, that would perhaps be better.
Okay, I think, and is that partly, I think maybe some of this comes into the methodology about how they've identified these figures, because you're effectively what you're saying is that it could be an unintended consequences because, and I think I will come on to this point when I talk about the methodology.
I mean, my concerns are more about, you know, about the figures, and we can come to those in a moment.
Yeah, we'll do that.
You know, conflating the two issues.
Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Any to come back on before I move on to, I was going to move on to then point A about the methodology that you've come up with.
The only thing I'd like to just say in response is really that point I made about paragraph 11B, that we are as a minimum meant to provide for the objective assessed needs for ... other uses. Obviously employment is perhaps a primary other use. And we mustn't forget this is a joint local plan of 9 authorities, and a global figure isn't, with great respect, actually helping any of the 9 authorities to understand what their minimum provision is in relation to these categories of employment. So you do need, well, I mean, we really do need a district breakdown. How one breaks it down, we're going to come to in a few moments, but that's all I'd like to say, really.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on then to the methodology, which is, I think, point A in our questions. So if we were to deem it necessary to identify district level requirements, then whether the question was whether the methodology suggested would be suitable and robust. I think the approach suggested takes the proportion of each district's supply and applies that to the overall requirement. So again, I think this is just the example that's in your work thing. So if Bolton's existing supply is 3% of the overall supply, then the office, and this is for officers, for example, then the office requirement becomes 3% of the overall office requirement. That's in a nutshell, I think, quite that right, as I understand it.
Definitely got it right, sir.
Okay, good. In GMCA 15, the example we gave, so we saw with the examples given in that document that using 2 different supply figures from different times can have quite significant impacts on the outcome. So obviously we had the 2020 figures and then the 2022 figures. Again, looking at officers for Bury, which I think is quite a stark difference in Bury, the difference between 2020 and difference between using the 2020 and 2022 figures is either a requirement of around 24,000 square metres or 825 square metres, which is obviously practically nothing. So those figures are quite stark. So I suppose it comes down to, first question first is, how does this approach actually relate to meeting the specific needs of an area in any way?
Yes, and I think one always needs to be wary about taking the exception to seek to prove the rule, if you like. So, because if you look at the tables otherwise, the shift in time period doesn't have such a dramatic effect, if you like, in terms of the numbers. Well, I'll look to my left to see whether there's anything that anyone wishes to add in a few moments' time, but let's assume this question only arises if one buys into the logic of saying that for the plan to be effective, etc., it needs to give each district a helping hand to understand what they're meant to be providing for in their area, in their future local plans. So it's only if we say to ourselves, yes, that needs to be done, that this issue about how to do it arises, obviously. So if you've got this far, if you like, thinking it needs to be done, then I mean our approach to this is a simple, straightforward, and I would say entirely logical approach. And query, in terms of breaking down this overall figure, how else would one have done it without introducing a level of sort of pseudo-sophistication to it? Sophistication which is more artificial than real. So we've adopted a very straightforward approach which does make sense, frankly. It's easy to understand and it's easy to work through, and it does withstand the test of being able to move the plan period figures both in start date and end date in the main, as in virtually all cases, I think, apart from the one that you've isolated, where you think to yourself, well, yes, that's quite a stark difference, but otherwise it's a pretty good fit, to be quite frank. So I don't know whether anyone wants to add anything to my left, but it's just, this was the approach which struck us as logical, straightforward, and simple to apply to achieve the task if one thinks one needs to achieve the task in the first place. what other approach would there be that would make, that would be, I mean, bear in mind that here, I'm afraid I'd use my favourite catchphrase from last year. I mean, is this an appropriate way of doing it? Yes, it is. Query, are there other appropriate ways of doing it? Well, I'm yet to be persuaded that there are, but if there are, that's all very interesting. But we've got an appropriate way of doing it here. Is there anything that anyone wishes to add?
I think we'd just say, in relation to Bury specifically, they've got a very low supply, office supply anyway, and that was one sort of large site coming out of the supply.
Yes. And I think that's sort of my point, really. One of my points is it's obviously, I know, fair enough, Bury might be an outlier, it's quite stark, but there's some changes, even some changes in the other areas, even though the overall relative change is lower because they're already starting to high. I think it's still in the same kind of scale, you know, like 20, 30, 40, 50,000 square metres of floor space, which could be significant. But I think this is the point that's just been picked up by, say, the Greater Manchester Greenbelt. I think if you've got a situation, say, and we use this methodology as of the 2022 figures, and the supply is a snapshot in time, and that would give you a certain level of requirement. Then you move forward, and obviously that supply changes, and supply changes all the time. You know, something might happen, something gets permission for something else, something falls away, something, and then you end up with a position where, well, actually, at 2022 we had this great supply for offices, so this led to quite a high requirement, or industrial warehouses to this requirement. That's now fallen away. We're now obliged, through our local plan or through permissions, to, if you like, fill that gap. But actually, so there's two things too there. Is that an unintended consequence, i.e. you're allocating sites you might not necessarily need because this methodology doesn't relate back to any assessment of need. It's an assessment of supply. So you're allocating sites you don't necessarily need, or in fact, end up maintaining sites, you know, keeping a hold of sites that you might actually be better off releasing because you don't actually need them. So it's this unintended consequence argument. I don't know if that makes sense. But
yeah, it does make sense. Yeah. I think probably on the flip side, it would be that the supply, because it's supply-based, it's considered that it accurately reflects the availability of employment land in each district. So that snapshot in time sort of meets our strategy.
So so you're saying it meets strategy now.
Yeah.
So if then some supply falls away, for whatever reason, you know, something else better comes along, you've decided you don't, or it just falls through, then, if you like, filling that gap, as far as you're concerned, is an appropriate response. You should be filling the gap. That's what you ought to be doing. It's not,
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're saying that the supply of today is what you're seeking to achieve, therefore, but obviously we've already seen that between 2020 and 2022, so that supply changed already.
Yeah.
So there's no suggestion that you need to up that requirement to fulfil the gap that happened with 2020.
So, I mean, we're holding on to the proportionate relationship between each of the 9 related to the overall figure. And obviously the figures change as you change the plan period, both start date and or end date. I don't think we're not claiming, are we? It's perfect. We're claiming it's an appropriate way of doing it. And that's the top and bottom of it, really.
Okay.
If there are between now and any of these plans coming forward, if there's such a dramatic shift in circumstances, perhaps along the lines that you're wrapped up in some of your questions, sir, then obviously, all of this, the Places for Everyone could never legally force a future local plan to do something in a particular way, but there would be a very strong expectation that a future local plan would follow the approach set out in Places for Everyone. It would be for a future local plan maker to say, well, look, things have changed so radically that, really we have to adopt a different approach. In order to be sound, we need to adopt a different approach. But, to be honest, we're seeking to do the best we can in an imperfect world.
Okay, thank you. Just to be you might know it, there was a document, IN 17, a response, sorry, to IN 17, which was the action points from week 1. Yeah, sorry. The point, I don't think you need to necessarily look it up, but the point was that when we looked, I looked at that, and this was discussed before, you've got sort of how we updated the information from 2022, and some of that was based on new AMR, some of that was based on, if you like, anecdotal or what the councils knew about their position. So I guess one question is if you were to base this requirement on that position, how robust a position is it? If it's all coming from slightly different points in time and evidence.
Based it on which position, sir?
Well, the 2022 data is not all, if you like, from a new AMR. It's all from bits and pieces, if you like.
So if you took those pages in our GMCA 15, which start the plan period in 2022, that's when your question arises.
Because it's not all the updated information. I think on employment land some was from AMRs, some was from anecdote, some was from just things that the councils knew.
Just bear with us for one moment, sir. I think again we've drawn the best information together that we can, but I'll just double check as to where we are with that.
Yeah, I think everybody did provide an update. I think they are slightly, the sources in that table, was it 6.2, lists all the evidence sources from where the 2022 figures have come from. It looks that everyone has reviewed it as of 2022, but that the sources might be slightly different. Yeah, it was reviewed by everyone, updated, yeah. I think the AMRs hadn't all been published by that point.
I was just wondering that very question, actually, whether if that's a publication, from what date is that document? It's early days. I just wonder whether things have even moved on since then, to be quite frank, in terms of publication.
It says week 1.
Week 1. It's a long time ago.
Well, we'll have to think about that.
That's not 11 weeks ago, it's 6 months ago.
Just out of interest, just again, in terms of interest rather than necessarily any action, are AMRs now published for all 9?
We'll have to get back to you, I think,
well,
and just check the status
we may
of
not
all
need to,
9
but
of them,
as long as I know the position anyway. So.
Yeah.
You've already, I was going to ask whether, of course, there was other ways you could have addressed this. You've suggested there isn't. I mean, one way that does, sorry.
Forgive me, no, I'm not saying that,
no, I accept
suspect
you're saying there may be other ways. There may be other ways to do it.
But my point is this an appropriate way of doing it? Answer yes, but obviously you might disagree with that, but that's our answer.
Okay. But just in terms of one thing I think you can answer is and I know the approach to identifying the global requirement was to look at past take-up and then obviously add caveats and allowances depending on what was necessary. So just why that wasn't doable at a district level. So if you build it up, if you like, bottom up on that approach. So look at the take-up rates for each individual authority to get a district requirement.
This is about the nature of the underlying study itself. Could it have been done in a different way?
Well, I suppose, yes. Well, you might be the same answer, I don't know.
But I mean, it was done in the way it was done, but...
Yeah, I just think it was most appropriate the way that we did it, yeah.
But in terms of getting I mean, you must have built up the global figures. I'm sorry to say, you built up the global figure from district level figures because that was based on take-up rates. So there is a district level figure underlying there somewhere that could have been used. I take Mr. Kerkowski's point that there may well be another way of that. But I assume it's another way of doing it. You're content that your way of doing it is appropriate. But I just wondered if there's any particular reason why you didn't use the district level take-up rates.
I don't know. I suspect not. But I mean,
well, the district level take-up rates formed part of the Nichols economics paper to form the global figure. So we did use the district take-up rates to form the global figure, but we thought it most appropriate to do that global figure to meet the spatial strategy.
Is that the point?
Yeah.
It would have been the...
Yeah, to help meet the spatial strategy, yeah.
Okay, any other comments on the methodology then? Save Royton's community greenbelt this time. I didn't know which actually, saving the greenbelt generally.
Yeah, I do have a problem with this apportioning method where you just assign a percentage of the global figure to the districts, and it actually goes back to policy JPJ3 and JPJ4. There's a problem in how they're written. I've looked at these policies hundreds of times, and I only just noticed it in the last couple of weeks. And the way they're written, it makes, if I can just focus on the industry and warehousing, because I've got all the figures here. If you go back to JPJ4, it makes it sound like that they're going to deliver 3.3 million square metres of floor space. That's essentially what the policy says. But the policy doesn't reflect what's actually in the Nichols Economics report, because it identified a gross need of 2.5 million square metres, and the flexibility allowance was added on top of that to take it up to 3.3 million square metres. Now, the way policy JPJ4 was written, it didn't really matter so much when, if it was just as a global figure, if you're just talking about the provision of potential floor space. But if you're going to turn it into a target and split and divvy it up between the districts, so that makes it the case that you then have to deliver 3.3 million square metres, and that was never the intention. The gross need was 2.5 million square metres. So you're not going to deliver the flexibility allowance as floor space, because the whole point of having a flexibility allowance is to not deliver some of it, I suppose, so that you've got a bit of competition in the market. So I think if the decision is to go forward with these district-based targets, it should be based on the gross need of it's gone up to 2.7 million square metres now under the 2022 to 39 figures. So I think, yeah, if you conclude that targets are necessary to deliver the spatial strategy, then the apportioning method, I suppose, is as good as any. But you've got to apportion the correct figure. Basically, that's my point on that.
Thank you. Any other points on the methodology? Save the Greater Manchester Greenbelt.
I just wanted to make one quick point about the spatial strategy and the aims of P4E to grow the economics in the north of the region. And does this split that we have for both of the office and the industrial and warehousing match that spatial strategy?
Funny enough, that's the next question.
Oh, right.
So you asked it for me, which James Say can answer momentarily. But any other comments on that, or anything you wish to come back on the methodological approach?
Before the point was made about the spatial strategy, the point was made immediately before that about it's not so much a way of divvying up the figure, but rather the overall approach. I mean, and the concern is about the flexibility element of all of this. But obviously, if we simply reverted to the plan as submitted, industry and warehousing was taken as the proxy, so JPJ4. In terms was at least 3.3 million square metres of industrial and warehousing floor space over in the plan, in the plan area over the plan period, and that 3.3 is I think it was referred to as the gross figure, if you like, the figure with all of these allowances in it. So I think the point that's perhaps really being made is a point about the overall figure, and if you are to divide it, then the fact that the divvied up figure amounts to that overall global figure, which has always been in the plan, and that's not really.
Yeah, I understand I understand the point. I mean, yes, fine. And the point you make about the overall figure, obviously we have discussed that. I've got that from before. I've got that now, so it's something we can add to the mix. So, but I understand the point. But thank you. That at least you understand what you're saying about the content, if you like, with the apportionment methodology, provided that, as far as you're concerned, the figures are the right figures you're apportioning. That's the main thing. Okay, thank you.
If you start in the right place, then the methodology for splitting up the numbers is as I understand it, there's no violent objection to it. It's just whether we've started with the right figure to divide up. That's, as I understand it, is the point. And that's fair enough, and that harks back to a debate we had many months ago. Are we moving on to the spatial?
Yes, actually, the question's really been posed. I mean, I didn't have a lot to say about this because one assumes that if you're apportioning the overall requirement based on supply, and the supply is, because that includes the allocations, is based on the strategy, then one ought to follow the other. But I think if you've got anything you wish to raise and say about that.
Really, I mean, our answer to the question, your question B, is yes. And that's it. I mean, you know.
And it largely becomes a mathematical exercise as well. So one could quite easily work out what the proportion. I think at least one of the responses to this exercise actually did do that exercise and said, well, I think it was 70% of something like that is in the north, so that fits in with the strategy. So
because there are those who have written in, not us obviously, because we've just put our paper 15 forward, but in response to your further supplementary questions, people have written in, and there are some who have said, well, yes, we support the approach, and in fact, when you work it all through or wash it all through, it works out there or thereabouts, you know, a good enough reflection of the spatial strategy, none of these things being perfect.
So I've got nothing else on spatial strategy. Anything from that side of it? Yes.
Yeah, if we go forward with targets for each of the districts, then I'm interested in the consequences for Stockport, because even though it's not part of a plan, it is still technically part of the spatial strategy as summed up in the document. I mean, in 4.21 of the main planning document, when it's summarising the aims of the spatial strategy, it says to sustain southern competitiveness, most of Trafford and South Manchester, but also Stockport, who will play a vital role in this through its own local plan. And if you look at the key diagram, I mean, it still has a massive arrow going through Stockport. So, it seems to imply that Stockport is still a part of the spatial strategy. And it's my understanding that, part of what made the progression to the Regulation 19 consultation legal was that it was still delivering what was fundamentally the same spatial strategy, and Stockport is still a part of that. To all intents and purposes, you can't have a southern spatial strategy connecting Trafford and Tameside if Stockport isn't involved in that in some way.
But how does that relate to the divvying up? If you would call it the divvying up point, then.
I'm coming to that. I'm just laying my groundwork. So my point is that if you require, so ultimately the spatial strategy is going to be supported by two plans, this plan and the Stockport plan. And if it requires district level targets to deliver the spatial strategy, would that not also be true for Stockport as well? Surely Stockport, in the original assessment, Stockport was included in this employment assessment. So surely to deliver the spatial strategy, Stockport would also have to deliver its fair share of the office and warehousing floor space.
But of course the Stockport, if you like, the Stockport requirement or Stockport contribution, not requirement, that's good, contribution came out of the overall figure. I know there was a debate about that earlier on.
It's out of this plan, but what I'm questioning is how the delivery of this spatial strategy is going to be delivered by two plans essentially, isn't it? Because Stockport is going to have to play a role. So if we're saying that we don't need, if we're saying that we need district level targets to deliver the spatial strategy, then I would assume that would be true of Stockport.
Well,
and if we're saying
Stockport will have to produce their own plan, and that'll have to have a figure in there to meet the paragraphs we're talking about.
What happens if Stockport decides not to produce a district level target? How would that ensure the delivery of the spatial strategy?
That has to be something for my colleague at the appropriate time to assess. Because I don't, obviously, we can't really talk about Stockport in this, and this plan, and obviously this plan can't say anything about Stockport.
But what I'm saying is that if it's not necessary for Stockport to have a district level requirement, then I do question the need for the other districts in the plan to have a district level requirement. I think that's my point.
Okay, all right. I'm not sure we can go fine, but I don't think there's any. It would be premature to say that Stockport does or doesn't have to have a district level requirement. And the plan, the framework does still talk about, as Mr. Katkowski's pointed out, it talks about still identifying enough land or enough way of meeting needs. The question I've obviously started with is whether the global figure meets the requirements of the framework. Well, when you look looking at Stockport in its own right, then they'll have to address that for themselves and how that addresses. So I'm not sure where we can go with that point, but okay. Unless, of course, Ms. Katkowski's got anything he wishes to say.
I've got enough on my plate dealing with the 9, so I think we'll leave Stockport to...
I think I understand the point.
I think we might all be retired before we see a Stockport local plan, but I mean, well, is that on the tape? Sorry.
I know I look older than I am, but I hope not.
I said it deliberately for the younger members in the room, so...
I wouldn't put myself in that bracket either. Okay. Any other comments on strategy then, before I move on to this issue of the post-2039 point? This wasn't discussed previously because it wasn't before us, if you like. That was something that came out of the suggested modification. So where the suggested modification makes the point that, and I'll quote it, in the event that subsequent district local plans have plan periods that extend beyond 2039 being something that's been discussed, still to be obviously agreed, it's not possible to simply roll forward the employment land requirements from the PFE plan, which means that the PFE cannot provide district employment land targets for the year 2039 and beyond. Therefore, if a local plan has a plan period beyond 2039 from beyond 2039, the plan making authority will have to consider on the basis of evidence whether to make provision for additional employment land allocations, it's important, in respect to the plan period beyond 2039. So we've discussed at previous sessions about how subsequent local plans would have to cover the 15-year period, their post-adoption 15-year period, and what that might mean if that period goes beyond the end of this plan. And I think I'm right in saying that for housing, it's been suggested that the plan would make it clear that it would roll forward. That the annual requirement would roll forward, I guess, until such time as it didn't, I suppose. But here you're suggesting that isn't possible. So very simply, why? Why isn't it possible?
Why is it not possible? The evidence base doesn't support it, I think, but I'll just look to my left. Go on.
Yeah, because it's supply based and the supply goes up to 2039.
So, two things. The policy wording, as you've suggested, firstly states that it would be to council to decide whether to make provision for additional employment land allocations beyond 2039, which is different to a requirement beyond 2039. So,
no, fine, okay. So, right, let's just.
So, maybe is the policy going to be a policy vacuum, basically?
But let's just take a step back. So, on the evidence that we have, we can take these numbers to 2039. If I've got the year right, it's 2039. So, that would be. I mean, that's I think the latest date I think that we've discussed for a potential period for Places for Everyone, because on a 15-year plan period, that would mean we'd be adopting in sometime next year on a 15-year basis. So let's assume, for the sake of this point, that happens, and then we get local plans coming forward that have plan periods that probably necessarily will go beyond 39, because you'd only need a plan to have a plan period starting in 25, and it would need to find an extra year, won't it? So in those circumstances, I mean, Places for Everyone is doing the best it can, and when those local plans come forward, they will have to consider their own plan periods. They will know that for 11, 12, 13 years of their 15 years, 14 years of their 15 years, however many years it is, they have this set out in Places for Everyone. You're right that the language used of those local plans we need to consider making further allocations presupposes that those local plans have found that there's an additional requirement that's needed for those extra, years beyond 2039. And you're absolutely right to make that point. So yes, the language we've used is a bit loose in that regard. Or it implies that before they came to making extra allocations, they would need to consider whether there's an extra element of requirement that arises beyond the end of this 39 period.
So going back to what we were talking about at the start, which is about the purpose of this is to obviously give the council something to
as much of a helping hand
to help, helping hand.
Yeah.
The helping hand would only say extend to 2039. So beyond that period, if they were to have a district level requirement or whatever, then they would have to come up with their own methodology. However, you would do that to, if necessary.
Absolutely, they would need to do that. Absolutely, that's right. There's a limit. We can only go so far on the evidence that we have, and this is as far as we can go on the evidence that we've got. So, if you think about this for a few moments, depending on how optimistic or pessimistic we are about plans coming forward in the 9 authorities or after Places for Everyone, there's going to be either not that much by way of time that they need to apply their minds to in relation to this point, or there'll be a number of years that they need to apply their minds to. But in all cases, unless we have someone really dragging their feet, they're going to have most, if not the largest part of their planned period will be catered for by Places for Everyone. But it's the same part. Even if you left this global, you'd just be asking oneself that, because we can't take the global figure any further forward. So you'll be in a similar situation where you'd be saying, well, what happens beyond whatever your end date is, 2039.
Well, only as far as that the global figure is based on take-up rates and so on. So the question, I guess, would be, if it was a global figure, could you? Well, I've been told you can't roll this requirement figure on because it's a supply base. Yeah, it's pegged to supply, but as the if you like, global figure is based on take-up rates and so on. Could you not sort of annualise that and roll it forward?
But I thought the global figure was comprised of
it's historic take-up rates as well.
Information from the individual authorities.
Yeah.
So would you come back to the same issue?
I think it'd be the same issue, yeah.
Okay, I think I get it. So, okay, I don't think I've got anything more that's going to take me any further. Again, I think there was opposing views on each side of the table. One suggesting that it was important to have some kind of guidance post 2039. One suggesting it wasn't. So, again, I'll look to if you you want to add.
I'm happy to try, sir. I may be missing something, but I don't see that having arrived at what is a requirement, albeit based in supply, starting point supply, there are all sorts of allowances and factors that are taken into account to convert that to a requirement, which is built from bottom up by each district. I'm struggling to see why you cannot simply assume, and bearing in mind lots will change, bearing in mind local plans will have to look at that afresh when they come to their local plan and see if it's still the right figure to use. I don't really see how this is fundamentally different to housing, where, the requirement as it is now, okay, it's arrived at through a different approach, but it's just as likely to change one way or another in the meantime as an employment one is. So I'm not really seeing how, where I think PFE has accepted the housing requirement can be assumed to be carried forward for the purpose of local plan, why the same doesn't apply to offices or industry and warehousing. So it's a comment more than anything else.
So it'd be a case of annualising it and then taking the annual figure and rolling it forward to such time as it wasn't.
That would seem to me to be feasible, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And any comments on this side? No? Okay, thank you. Did you want to come back on that at all, or leave it with me?
We'll leave it with you, but I mean, I understand Mr. Trimmingham's point, obviously, but we would say it's just an assumption too far, if you like.
Okay, thank you. I think that's me done on employment land, unless either of you have any other comments before I move on. Oh, all right, we're agreeing amongst ourselves what we're going to do. So we will have an adjournment for 20 minutes. You've had a quite short, sort of sharp session, but yeah, so we'll come back at 3:15. Thank you.
Okay, it is just after 3:15, so we'll resume now if we could. We're now on to the last two items on the agenda. First of all, policy JPH1, the scale and distribution and phasing of new housing development. Well, that's the title of the policy, but that's not actually what we're going to be talking about in its entirety today, which may disappoint some of you and may please others, I don't know. But anyway, we are just focusing in on the modifications to the policy that have been brought forward in response to action point 32, which was us asking for the table 7.2 to be updated to reflect a number of things that we set out. So we asked for it to be modified to take account of the 2022 land supply information, the revised plan period 2022 to 2039, to include a first phase for the period 2022 to 2025, and to include a flat trajectory for Bolton. Now, those things we gave, an indication on based on the evidence that we'd read and heard at the time, and including for Bolton, it was, there was we went through in depth for every authority what the evidence was to justify the phased approach based on the PPG, and we came to an interim conclusion that we didn't think it was as convincing for Bolton as others, so hence that. So anyway, you went to 8 and you responded to those and you did all those things. So from our point of view, that we're not revisiting those principles, so I don't think there's all that much you need to explain or justify. Really. You've done what we asked you.
Exactly, we've done what you've asked us to do, so at least on this one, we can hand the floor
But
over.
is there anything you want to say? Is there any anything you want to say before I just open up to see if anyone's got any concerns?
No.
Obviously, any significant differences between the phased approach and the as submitted and now, the other thing related to this was the issue about how you make up any shortage in 5-year supply, and there's a modification also that's been proposed in response to what we asked for.
In response to your interim view, so we had the debate and your interim views, and I appreciate that, all without prejudice to your final report, but the interim views have, if you like, come out in favour of some of the points that we put forward, against some of the points that we put forward. You asked us to put forward various changes to pick up those interim views, and that's what we've done. So, we're perfectly content with that situation, but of course others might not be.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose what it looks like is that it's a less extreme phasing approach, and the implications are less marked in terms of 5-year supply implications in the combination with the other change. That's the bottom line. It doesn't go as far as some may say in terms of achieving local housing need minimum in all districts right from the outset or whatever, but that's, Okay, right, so any comments that anybody... the reason we put it on the agenda today was we went through the thematic policies where there have been modifications proposed, and we picked out and asked supplementary questions on those that we thought were most significant, and there may be things that people wish to raise. So this is the opportunity to do that. So let's see. So save Greater Manchester or save Royton's Greenbelt.
Yeah, nominally, I suppose this distribution and phasing of new dwellings is sound in to the extent that it will run for 15 years upon adoption, and it will deliver the overall local housing need for the plan area. But our concern, it's slightly tangential, but it is driven by this, in that the plan extending it to 2039, does create more pressure on the Greenbelt, because for every year you add to the end of the plan, it obviously creates more housing need, and just to use Oldham as an example, up to 2030, under the old trajectory, up to 2037, Oldham had enough land to deliver its target up for the full 15-year period, and over the first 10 years, that it would have had a 23% buffer on the land supply. So it's really this extension by 2 years at the end of the plan that really where our land supply collapses, and that's true of many of the districts, in that the deficit occurs at the back end of the plan because it's very hard to assess the land availability after the 15th year. So I suppose that's our key point here. A deficit at the end of the plan is not as urgent as a deficit at the start of the plan. That would affect the 5-year supply. So the MPPF 68, it doesn't require the provision of land after the 15th year of the plan. So we think it would be under the original. We're okay with the plan extending the plan, but when you do, publishing modifications, we would hope that perhaps you just bear in mind that the deficits are really towards the end of the plan, 15 years away, and it's perhaps, hopefully that would be taken into account, hopefully. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Any other points on this that anybody wishes to make? No. Okay. Any final? No. Okay, thank you. Right, well, that was easily dealt with, and thank you for restraining in terms of... So you got something prepared? Right, okay, thank you. So we don't need to break again, I don't think, before we move on to the final... I assume everyone's here who may have anything to say about the policy JPC7. And again, this is one where the modification was introduced, I think, before we talked about these allocations.
Yes, that's certainly the case.
Because it was on the agenda, really. So when we talked about the allocations and the transport mitigations that may or may not be needed, and the approach that would be taken to deciding what would be needed when it came to the planning application stage, there was the opportunity to talk about that for each site. So really, and I think, so we've got any comments made at that stage about that. So this is really just any final sort of opportunity to think if there's anything about the wording of JPC7 and how it works with Appendix D on reflection, having applied it or thought about applying it in the context of those site-specific discussions that we've had. So before I see if anyone else has got anything to say, is there anything you want to say on that in terms of how this all kind of fitted together?
Well, I'm sure you'll recall how this arose. So when we did our sort of strategic assessment of the various allocations and the traffic implications of them, and in the process of our discussions with National Highways in relation to the Statement of Common Ground, work was done, and so on and so forth. And anyway, the result of all of that was that, having done this work, it gave us that list from the various locality assessments and the work that we did in order to reach a Statement of Common Ground with National Highways, led us to the list which we now find in Appendix D, and the thought process as to how to ensure that work is enshrined in some way in Places for Everyone, which is how it is that we've come to amend Policy C7 to reflect that. Obviously, on each day, and I think sometimes on each day, a number of times on each day, I sort of went through my party piece explaining how C7 is seen to work with the Appendix D. I'm very happy to do that again, but I don't think I need to.
No, unless there's anything different on reflection, having been through all the allocations, there's any lesson learned, I suppose, that has changed anything?
No, I mean, the lesson learned, to be honest, is I'm glad we did it. Change C7 and introduce Appendix D. I mean, that's the lesson that I've learned from it.
Yeah, okay. No, thank you for that. Right, so I know there's been concerns raised in some of the statements about some of the issues associated with some of the sites, and we're very conscious of those, and we'll obviously give those consideration as we think about the allocations and the issues that are associated with those and what the policy wording says about them. But is there anything about this general approach that's been set out now in the plan? Okay, save.
Yeah, just got a couple of points, and you've obviously got our response to IN 28. So, but I just want to ask to focus on the first sentence of paragraph 10.76, or the insertion, which says the policies within JPA C7 seek to enable a reduction in the need to travel by private car and prioritise sustainable transport opportunities ahead of capacity enhancements on the highway network. Now, if that is truly going to be delivered, then what is in Appendix D should really be focused on enabling that reduction in the need to travel by private car and the prioritisation of sustainable freight and passenger transport options. And that isn't the case when you look at it. I think I made the point in my response about the where possible at the end of that paragraph. I think if it is only where possible that sustainable transport is to be introduced, then the allocations are not going to be sustainable developments. So that where possible should come out. The other thing...
Sorry, can I, which...
Where possible.
Yeah, which paragraph are we in?
If you look at the bottom of page 115 on the modifications list, it's
Right.
the paragraph 10.76, and it's an insertion.
Yeah. Which of those sub-paragraphs are we on?
The very first one.
Yeah.
It's and it starts with the words policies
Yeah.
within JPA 7, and there's a sentence that starts, in the first instance, new development should give priority to walking, wheeling and cycle movements and facilitate access to high quality public transport where possible. And I don't understand why the where possible is in there.
And related to that, the subsequent paragraph talks about interventions to support walking, wheeling and cycle movements should be considered as a starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yes, and that and the public transport. It doesn't say anything about the starting point for freight traffic, by the way. So, but the following paragraph that starts the highways interventions in Appendix D should be considered by developers to mitigate the impact of allocations only once alternative options to manage down the traffic impacts of planned development have been considered as a first preference. Now, those alternative options are not listed anywhere, and there certainly aren't alternative freight options in many of the for many of the allocations. And I just use New Carrington as an example because I know it. So there aren't alternative freight, sustainable freight transport options. And the CRR, the Carrington Relief Road, is listed on here, but I don't understand why it's listed if highways intervention should only be considered after other things have been considered. And we know the Carrington Relief Road is being progressed outside of this plan, so why is it listed in here? It shouldn't really be part of this plan. And then it does suggest at the end of the modifications, in that little block of modifications, that developers will be expected to contribute to the funding and delivery of required new infrastructure or services. Fair enough. The list of transport interventions, necessary transport interventions for New Carrington, at a very conservative estimate, when you total up the 2 pages, total around 400 million. So how is this reflected in the viability assessments, if at all? Because the viability assessment for New Carrington had developer contributions for everything, not, you know, the education, etc., as totaling 66 million. So that's not, doesn't go a long way. Whatever's left doesn't go a long way to supporting this. So is it genuine is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I guess. Yeah.
You've raised a number of issues there.
Thank you.
And we're not going to get into a discussion about what's necessary for New Carrington or viability. But I think that the point, and I'll go around and see if anything, but there is a point there about, I think we raised this before and had some discussion about it, how this reason justification that talks about starting with sustainable transport options, looking at those first to try and minimise any highway improvements that are needed and to minimise the need to travel by car and to achieve that modal shift that's in that, the graph that comes before all this. And I think part of the response was, if I remember, but I'll get GMCA to come back to it, you need to read JPC7 as a whole from the beginning, not just the last bit about transport assessments and some of the things that come earlier about that. But anyway, we'll come back to that. The other issue in general, leaving aside New Carrington, is the extent to which the schemes that are in Appendix D have been costed and reflected in the viability assessments. And I think they can answer that in the general without getting into New Carrington. But I think the answer is they have been. But we'll see. Right, Thornham, St John's.
A sort of similar point, but slightly differently.
Yeah.
Looking at the sort of necessary mitigations and supporting mitigations, and thinking in terms of my own local plan area, JPA2 Stakehill. Some of the necessary mitigations there are sort of like new exit and entry points onto the M62 at junction 20. I think we've got a total amount of now of about £25 million of mitigations that are needed. We also have moved the one of the supporting mitigations, which is the Slattex railway station, down to supporting rather than necessary. And again, similar point to Marge in terms of, it's about delivery, and it's like, if you're going to build 1,600 houses and a major extension to the trading estate locally, then shouldn't things like, sustainable transport be thought about in the now rather than, in the future? Some of them, particularly the rail station, and looking at things, even going back to the motorway mitigations. I just looked at the Highways England website in terms of the junction 18 of the M60 at Simister Island, which they're talking about starting in 2025, so it's 2 years from now. It's been consulted on for 5 years. If you go back 5 years, first consultation was 5 years ago in 2020, so the plans must have started before that, so we're already like 7 years probably down the line. It will be built by 2029, so that's, sort of 10 years off. So if things like mitigations in this plan aren't started now, then they're not going to be built by the time you've got all the extra traffic on the road if you don't build in the supporting mitigations such as the rail station. So my concern is along those lines realistically.
Okay, understood. I think, again, we talked about JPA2 and quite a detailed discussion about Slattex railway
I just wanted to use that as an example.
So
that might go for other places.
Yeah, I think the issue then there is the distinction between what's deemed necessary and supporting, again, is that one of the things, and the extent to which they were brought forward at the appropriate time and how long they may take.
Yeah, definitely, because, and particularly with, if we're talking about sustainable locations, then surely a rail station makes it more sustainable rather than mitigating by putting more traffic onto the roads. So it's things like that, and the actual location, are the other infrastructure, when is that going to be put in place, such as doctor surgeries, etc., which, I know don't come into this plan technically.
Okay, thank you. So moving on, Smithy Bridge in Littleborough.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name's John Taylor. I'm an elected member for Wardle in West Littleborough and here supporting the Greenbelt Group today. My concern, and indeed that of the community of the 2 wards affected in Littleborough, is around the allocation of sustainable and active travel. The 2 sites span 2 wards, basically, and those 2 wards have approximately 9,500 houses on them at the moment. The average age on those 2 wards is much higher than the national average, if you like. We have got more older people on those wards than we have elsewhere. The 2 allocations have 500 houses in them approximately, so it makes 5% roughly. And I don't think the 5% will actually make a huge impact on the demographic. And the demographic at the moment do not use the public transport, they use their own vehicles. And that's because of the topography of the site. Smithy Bridge, both the sites, the one on Smithy Bridge Road and the one on Hollingworth Road, are on quite steep inclines. And people are not inclined to do anything other than get into the cars. And these allocations will not impact hugely on that, if at all. I've looked at the suggested, if you like, solutions for the A58, and when I looked at them, I'll be honest, I was really disappointed, because the amount to tinkering around the edges, putting some extra traffic lights in there and at Wardle Road Junction, some extra crossings, etc. In my estimation, they will do nothing but actually slow down the traffic on the A58 by putting more obstacles in the way. I'm sure people coming down Wardle Road won't thank me for saying that, because they would benefit by coming out on the A58. These allocations are not on Wardle Road, they're actually on the opposite side of the valley, and so there would be no benefit from any of those suggested solutions. Perhaps I won't go through the examples anymore, because we've done that previously, but it certainly would be my submission that I shouldn't be disappointed, because ultimately I do not think there's an effective solution to the A58 without spending many millions of pounds and building a completely different highway that bypasses Littleborough. In a nutshell, you cannot get a quart into a pint glass, and that's what this plan is trying to do at the moment. And when you take the age profile, the demographics into account for Littleborough, active travel is not a viable solution. Thank you.
Okay, well, we had, again, quite a lengthy discussion about the transport issues associated with the allocations in Littleborough and Smithy Bridge and the A57 and the problems there. So I'm aware of all that. I suppose, so really the general point is the things listed as potential mitigations. One, they're not necessarily very specific, but secondly, you don't think they'd be effective in actually doing what the GMCA say they would do in terms of providing the improvements that are needed. Okay, understood. Thank you. Right, Wayne Estates.
Thank you, sir. I won't address the site-specific comments that were made in relation to New Carrington, because I think those same points were discussed at the New Carrington session, including in relation to viability. Just briefly, though, in terms of the approach in JPC 7, again, we did discuss that at the New Carrington session, so I don't think you were there, sir, but I'm not sure whether you observed that session. Okay, so you may already have the point then that Mr. Easton made in relation to Appendix D. If not, though, I'll just reiterate it. Basically, we've got no issues with the approach. We had a point on the detailed wording of the policy in the tables, so obviously the title of Appendix D, it says it's indicative, and there are, to be fair, there are explanations in the text as well, but then the interventions are categorised as necessary or supporting. Now, I know where that derives from, the locality assessments and the highways evidence, but clearly necessary has a very specific meaning in planning. So to remove any ambiguity, Mr. Easton advocated that the words potentially are included before necessary. So it'd be potentially necessary and potentially supporting in terms of those interventions. And I'll leave it with you, sir, as to whether those changes are necessary.
or potentially necessary.
Potentially necessary.
Yes. Yes. Any We'll give it further thought. I mean, I think that we've had this discussion, and I think that the categorisation of necessary and supporting reflected the analysis that was done, hence keeping the distinction. It's quite a complicated approach, and as I say, the reason justification kind of explains how to apply it, you know, when you read through JPC7 as a whole. I've become familiar with it, I think I understand it. Whether I was just picking it up from fresh and you had to apply it, it would be as clear, I don't know, but we'll give that some thought. Any observations from you?
Obviously, you will give it thought, sir, but to be frank, in preparing, gosh, it makes it sound as if I've been sweating for weeks preparing for this session, but in preparing for this session, i.e. reading from one end to the other, this section, I mean, I might or might not quibble with one or two of the words, like where possible, for example, but the overall explanation of what an applicant is expected to do and what an applicant would expect the local planning authority to do, I would say is set out very clearly, to be honest here. I mean, it really is explained step by step, and it, to be quite honest, seems very, very logical in the way in which it's been done, and the explanation of the status of Appendix D and what one's meant to do with the items in Appendix D when you bring forward a planning application is set out perfectly clearly, I would say. Obviously, you'll tell us in due course whether you think the wording could be improved, but you know, whether there's a problem with the wording that needs to be adjusted. But it takes its time to explain sort of step by step what we're expecting to happen. So I'm very much advocating the approach in the policy. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's certainly an appropriate strategy. There was a point about viability, you'll recall. I mean, I brought this piece of paper with me every day apart from today through all these allocation sessions. So when we did all this further work and there were further highways schemes and so on, you know, costly things, we reworked, the viability work was redone, and you received a paper from us which had a schedule which went through for all of those allocations, proposed allocations that ended up with more highways works than originally envisaged. We worked that all through the viability work, and in some cases it changed the viability category, in many cases it didn't. You know. So you've got all of that.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I mean, thank you. So on reflection, you've had another think, and it's as clear as it needs to be, or as clear as it can be, in terms of the approach overall, from your point of view.
From my point of view, it's both of those things, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
That's fine. Any other final comments anybody wishes to make? No, okay. Anything else, either of you? No, okay, in which case I think that's it for today, unless there's any final queries or procedural points anyone wishes to raise. We'll be back tomorrow. The agenda's been published, so it's an all-day session. We don't know how long it'll take. We'll just run it through and see how, you know, how long we need.
So it's all day in the sense that if we finish the first item, ecology, you know, before lunch, if we do, then we'll just roll on to monitoring.
Yes.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Okay.
That's great.
And also on the agenda, there's just an item at the end about what happens next steps, whatever we've called it. So we'll just outline that in general terms. But I don't think it'll be anything different from what we've sort of said before at various times through the examination. But anyway, we'll go through that.
No, that's very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you all for contributions today, and we'll see some of you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.